Hey everyone, welcome back to part 2 of the daily task tracker build. We're building a production ready task tracker app from the ground up using Laravel. But just like I said in part 1, we aren't just hacking together a simple CRUD app that can be done in under an hour, especially with AI tools. Instead, we are focusing heavily on software architecture, security, and the decision making process that goes into building professional applications. The goal isn't just to write code that works, but to write code that scales and is secure by default. In the last video, we laid the foundation, we designed our database, set up Docker, and built a custom authentication system handling everything from rate limiting to timing attacks without using any starter kits. Now, in part 2, we're going to continue on that build up and start building out the main business logic for our application. We're going to build the core category and task management features. We'll implement route model binding to clean up our controllers. And we'll use API resources to strictly control how our data flows to the front end. We will also lock everything down with strict authorization policies, ensuring users can never touch data that doesn't belong to them. We'll even dive into the differences between the gates and policies so you know exactly when to use which. We're also going to build a custom console command to handle recurring tasks, set it up with Laravel scheduler to run automatically, and we'll optimize it using chunking method to ensure it can handle thousands of records without crashing. We'll also do some refactoring to demonstrate the real-life software development lifecycle, showing you how code and requirements evolve over time. As you can imagine, there is a lot to cover in this one, so without further ado, let's dive right in. Alright, so let's begin by building out the full CRUD or create, read, update, and delete functionality for our categories because I think that's easier than tasks and it will give us strong foundation. So let's think about the routes that we're going to need. A user needs to be able to see all of their categories. They need to view a form to create a new category, actually store or save that category, then view a form to edit an existing category and update it after they make some changes. And finally, they should also be able to delete it. That's a lot of routes to define manually. Of course, we can do that and we can define all of those routes manually, which is perfectly fine. But luckily, Laravel has a really nice shortcut for this called resource controllers. So in our web.php routes file, instead of defining 6 or 7 separate routes for our categories, we're going to define a single resource route. So we will go within the auth verified middleware group here because we only want authenticated users that have verified their email access the routes defined here, including the category related routes. So we'll do route resource and call it categories. And this is going to use category controller, which we'll create. And what's going to happen here is that this will automatically generate all the needed routes for a resourceful controller. If you're ever curious on what routes this generates, you can run the command php artisan route list to find out. So we'll do php artisan route list. We're going to get the error that the controller doesn't exist. So let's create the controller quick. We'll do php artisan make controller category controller, and we will use dash dash resource option to create a controller with all the standard RESTful methods already stubbed out for us. So this will essentially map to the routes that are defined in here. So let's generate that and let's import it in here and let's try the route list again. And sure enough, we get list of routes and we have the categories right here. So we have categories index, categories store, which is the post categories route, categories create, categories show, update, destroy, and edit. And as you notice, these are calling the methods edit, destroy, update, show, create, store, and index. And if we go into this controller, when we use that dash dash resource, it created all these methods for us and it stopped it out as well, like the store method accepts request, show, edit, and some of the others, receive the category ID as the argument, and so on. So having this defined as a single route is kind of clean, right? We're not defining a lot of routes here, and it also saves some time. Now, you might not always want all of these routes defined in every single application that you work on. For example, we may not need the show route for the categories since they're simple entities and we technically don't need it. So we could exclude specific routes using except method. So we'll do except and pass a list of routes that we want to exclude. So in this case, we'll exclude show. Or if you only need a few routes, you could use the only method. All right, now going back to the controller, there are some improvements that I'd like to make here before we even start writing code. First, I'd like to use form requests. We established earlier that we don't want to use generic request here because then we will have to validate it here, and it's just good practice to extract the validation logic into a form request. Like I mentioned before, you don't have to do that for every single application, every single controller, but since we're already creating form requests for the other controllers, it's better to stay consistent and do it for all. I also don't want to accept the category ID in some of these methods. Instead, I want the proper Laravel model to be injected and provided to me so that I don't have to do the lookup myself. Now imagine in the show and in the edit and in some of the other methods, would have to run some kind of query in each method to select that specific category model. Wouldn't it be cool if we could accept something like category and have Laravel figure out how to pull this and load it for us? It will still run the query behind the scenes, of course, but we don't have to do that in every single method. Laravel will just kind of figure it out. So if we replace this everywhere where we have ID like this, it would be pretty cool, right? Well, I'm happy to tell you that Laravel does have such capability, and it's called route model binding. When we type hint the model in here like this, and then match the variable name to the route parameter name, then Laravel will implicitly bind that and automatically load the correct model and then inject it in the controller like this so that it becomes available within the controller actions. Now, use of route model binding is not a requirement. You can just accept the ID if you want to and do the lookup yourself. That's also perfectly fine, and in some cases that might be beneficial for various reasons. You may want to do some custom lookup by that ID that the simple route model binding lookup is not sufficient enough. Now, if we open the terminal again and look at the routes that our resource method defined, we see that these parameters in these routes are called categories. So this name matches this name. When this is type hinted as the category model, Laravel will do the lookup for us behind the scenes. If you had soft deletes enabled on your model and you wanted to load the model even if it was marked as deleted, and we'll talk about the soft deletion in a bit, you would add with trashed method on the route so that it doesn't give you 404 or model not found. So you would do something like with trashed. Soft deletes is something that you can enable on your models by adding the deleted at column, which is the datetime column, and the soft deletes traits. In migrations, you can also call the soft deletes method, which would create the column for you, and the trait on the model basically just handles the deleted at column updates and automatically includes it in the queries to ensure that when you use Eloquent Query Builder, it automatically returns non-deleted records. When you delete a model by calling like a delete method on the model object, it will soft delete that, meaning that it will just update the records deleted at column to the current timestamp or whenever that deletion action was performed. That way, it's not going to remove the record from the database, but instead update that deleted at column.
And then when you run some queries to fetch the data, it's going to automatically add that where deleted at is null check for you, and it's going to exclude those records that have been deleted. Soft deletes is a pretty neat feature that you might want to use on some of your models if you want to keep them in the table when user deletes them. For us, if the category is deleted, we're just going to mark the transactions that are associated with that category as having no category. So we don't need to add the soft deletes feature to our category model. All right, the other thing that I wanted to mention is that instead of doing this manually everywhere, like we just did it, it's not so bad. We replaced that string ID with the category model category variable name. We could actually generate the model with the properly stopped out methods. Same goes for the request. Right now we have the request, but we want to replace these with appropriate form requests. And we need to generate those form requests as well. We can actually do that by generating the controller along with its form requests and route model binding. So let's delete this from here and let's regenerate the controller. And we're going to add dash dash resource, dash dash model, and dash dash requests. Let's hit enter. Let's check it out. And that didn't work because I think this one needs the model to be specified, which I forgot. This has to be the category model. And I think that's going to work. Let me delete that, hit enter, and sure enough, it created the controller along with two form requests. One for the store category, which is to create the category, and the other one is the update category that updates that category. If we inspect the controller, we see that the route model binding has been set properly and the methods are using the form requests. All right, so now that we're using the route model binding, let's test some of these methods out to make sure that they work. I want to specifically test maybe the edit method. We said before that we don't need the show method because we're excluding the route here. So let's remove that method as well from here since we don't need it. But I want to test out this edit method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to die and dump the category here so that we can see if it properly loaded that model or not. The route, as you remember, is going to be categories slash category ID slash edit. So let's close that out. I'm going to create the category manually for now. So let's open the categories table. We're going to add a new row here. Let's set this to user ID 1, test, and we can keep the rest null. Let's create another one. So we'll do user ID 1, test 2. Let's call this test 1, update. And now let's go to the browser. Let's log in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go to slash categories slash 1 slash edit. Hit enter, and sure enough, as you can see, the category model has been loaded successfully. If we click on the attributes, we see that we have the ID1, user ID1, name created and updated, which were set to null when we created them. If we change this to 2, we're loading the category with ID2. Now you might notice a problem here. The problem is that in the URL, I was able to go from ID1 to ID2. That's because the category ID is our incrementing number, and it's the primary key of the category, right? So we are able to just increment the value and open the next category. And you might be thinking, what's wrong with that? It's simple, it works, let's move on. And you're not wrong, it does work, but I want to pause here and talk about a really important architectural decision that we sometimes make. Using auto-incrementing IDs for resources that are exposed in public URLs versus using things like universally unique IDs or UUIDs or ULIDs, which are also unique identifiers, but they're also sortable. Using sequential predictable IDs like 1, 2, 3, and so on in your URLs can leak information and create potential security problems. Number one, if I can access category /1 and category /2, I can probably guess that there is a category /3. An attacker could write a simple script to scrape all of our category IDs, giving them an idea of how much data the application has. They can also infer the total number of users by looking at the latest user ID and so on. This would also open up for enumeration attacks where they might be trying to guess other people's category IDs and try to access them. And while our authorization policies would prevent them from doing that, from accessing other people's data, it still reveals some internal information. Also, your competitors could be using it to track your growth by observing how many new categories or users are created each day. To solve this, we can use non-sequential, non-guessable identifiers like UUIDs or ULIDs. Now you might be thinking, okay, so should we just replace the ID primary key with the ULID? The answer to that is not exactly, at least not in my opinion. My preferred approach is kind of a hybrid where we get best of the both worlds. I keep ID columns as integer auto-incrementing primary keys for internal use and foreign key relationships. And then I add separate unique ULID or UUID columns that are used for any external facing URLs and API endpoints. Integer primary keys are generally faster and more memory efficient for database indexes and foreign key joins than string-based keys like UUIDs or ULIDs. So because of that, I like to keep both the integer IDs for internal foreign key and joins and relationships and things like that, but also keep the second unique column, ULID or UUID, that I use for external facing APIs and URLs. So let's implement this. First, we need to add the UUID column to our users, tasks, and categories tables because all of those resources or entities will be exposed in the URL one way or another. Maybe we're going to be making an AJAX call to update the user profile, which is going to need the user ID. So we don't want to pass the user ID from JavaScript. Even if it's not directly visible to the user, somebody can still inspect element and get the ID. So we want to ensure that any ID that's going to be exposed to the front end or in URLs or in APIs, they should be unique, non-guessable IDs. All right, so let's implement this. First, we need to add the UUID column to our users, tasks, and categories tables. We can create a migration for that. So we'll do PHP artisan make migration add UUID to tables. And to be clear, you can choose either UUID or ULID. It's up to you. It's just I prefer UUIDs in these scenarios. Let's open that migration. And we're going to do table users, table UUID, and we don't need to specify the column name because by default it's set to UUID. We'll add this after the ID, and we want to make this unique because we want to make sure that no two users have the same UUID. We'll duplicate this and do the same for categories and for tasks. Let's add some spacing and let's update the down method. So I'm going to put these here and then we'll do drop column UUID and we'll do the same here and here. All right, let's run the migration and I'm going to warn you this migration will fail and I'll tell you why. So let's run PHP artisan migrate and it's failing, stating that there is a duplicate entry for the user's UUID unique. How is that possible? Well, the reason this is possible is because we already have some users in the users table, and when we're trying to add the UUID column to it, it's trying to create an empty string because we don't have any logic to generate the UUID yet for the users or for any of these entities. And therefore, when it moves on to the second user record, it tries to create with another empty UUID and it conflicts because of this unique constraint in here. And therefore, it's throwing this error. Now, we could generate the UUIDs for existing users if we wanted to, But since we're early in development, I'm just going to run migrate fresh to recreate all the tables and remove the users. And then we're going to add the logic so that when user gets created, the UUID is generated properly. So we'll do PHP artisan migrate fresh. This is going to drop all the tables and recreate them. And it will add the UUID column to these tables. If we open the users table now, we see that we have an empty table, but we do have that UUID column. All right, so now when creating new users or new categories or new tasks, for them to get the UUID automatically, we need to tell Eloquent how to do that. We essentially need to tell Eloquent that, hey, anytime a new user, category, or a task is created, also generate and assign some UUID. Now, we could do that manually, kind of, by listening on the model event and then set the UUID column ourselves. But another cleaner way is by using Laravel's existing traits for UUIDs and ULIDs, depending on which you are using. Since we're using UUID, we're going to use hasUUIDs trait that will handle all that logic for us. If we weren't using the trait, then like I said, we would listen on the model events, like the creating event right before the model is created, it triggers that event. And there we would say, hey, right before you create this model, generate UUID and assign it to this UUID column on that model. You could also use the observer feature for the models, and you can check that in the documentation if you want to. But like I said, there is a cleaner way to do that, and that is hasUUIDs trait. If we inspect this trait, we see that it generates the new unique ID, uses the string support class, and calls UUID7 on it. Now, if we try to register the user, we're going to get an error, and I'll tell you why. Let's open the browser. Let's try to create a new account here. So we'll do geoexample.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 register, and we're getting UUID doesn't have a default value error. This means that it's not really generating the UUID and assigning it to the UUID column properly. To show you how that works, if we open the category model and we inspect the base model here, we see a bunch of traits that are being used. One of these traits is hasUniqueIDs trait. If we inspect that, we see that this one defines some methods like uses unique IDs, which is set to false, but this should be set to true when category uses unique IDs. If we check this and then go here has unique string IDs, we see that this method right here uses unique IDs to true, which is basically this right here. So it essentially sets this to true. What this method does is that whenever the model that uses this trait gets initialized, this method will get called, and therefore it will set this uses unique IDs to true. That's why if you try to search for this method in the source code, you may not find anything because it doesn't really get called directly. It's kind of like magic where initialize prefix here indicates that whatever follows afterwards is the trait name. So whenever the model that uses this trait gets initialized, we need to call this. And we can easily test that. If we die and dump here and add this trait to the user model, and we go to the browser and refresh the page, we see that we get 1. This means that this right here gets executed whenever the user gets initialized. If we just do dump and not die and dump, it will still get executed, as you can see right here. Laravel also has another feature called bootable traits, and you can check on that in the documentation if you want to know more about it. But the point here is that Laravel sets this to true. So let's continue to see what happens afterwards. So if we go back here, we have the method that returns the value of that property. So we know now that this will return true because we just saw how this gets set to true whenever the user model gets initialized. Now, if we go back to the base model and we search for the uses unique IDs, we see that it's used within the perform insert method. We can continue to debug this by adding dump 1 in here, and then go here and refresh the page. And sure enough, we're seeing this printed in the browser. This means that we're hitting this method right here. So it's checking if it's using the unique IDs, then it needs to set the unique IDs. And then it does the rest of the insertion logic by firing the necessary events, updating timestamps, inserting the data, and so on. Now let's see the setUniqueIDs method. This brings us back to the hasUniqueIDs trait, and this one goes through the list of unique IDs array, and for each of the unique ID columns, it is setting to this new unique ID. So this is the method that is defined by returning null here, but in here, in the hasUUIDs trait, it's returning the UUID 7. So it essentially overrides that method. It's the same method name, new unique ID, new unique ID. Now, what is this unique IDs method? So if we inspect this, this returns empty array within hasUniqueIDs, which is the trait used in the base model. However, the user model uses hasUUIDs and the category model as well, which doesn't have that method, but if we go to hasUniqueStringIDs, this method defines the unique IDs method right here. So this overrides that unique IDs method with the empty array, and therefore it returns whatever the value is here. Let's see what columns it is returning by default. So first it checks if the unique IDs are being used, which is true. If it is returning the key name. Key name is essentially the ID. So this method returns by default this. Now if we go back and refresh the page here, we see that we're getting a different error. What's happening here is that Laravel by default will try to generate the UUID and assign it to the ID column, the primary column on your table. But in this case, the ID column for us is the integer primary key, and we are having the UUID in a separate column. And Laravel doesn't know that. We need to tell Laravel that we have a separate UUID column that we want the UUIDs to be assigned to. And we're getting this error that the data truncated for column ID because our ID column is the integer column and it's not string. As you can see, it's trying to insert this as the ID. Now, what we can do here is that what if we just define this method in our model and override what it returns? We're in control here, right? This is just a trait. So why don't we just go to the model and simply define that method in here. So we'll do public function unique IDs and return UUID. This way, we're telling Laravel that UUID is our unique ID that you have to assign the UUID to. Now, when the setUniqueIDs method is called, it is going to call the unique IDs from the model that we defined, which is just going to be UUID, and it is going to set it properly. In fact, we can die and dump here like this to double check. So if we go back and refresh, now we see that it's set to UUID. But if we go back and comment this out, it is going to be set to just ID. So let's go back, let's bring it back. I'm going to do the same thing in the category, and we'll do the same thing in the task. I would probably create a separate trait for this so we're not repeating it in all the models, but since we only have 3 models, I don't see this as a big issue. So we'll open the task model here and we'll do the same thing, use hasUUIDs and define that method in here, and that should be good enough. Now let's go in here and remove the die and dump. Let's close all of these out. Let's open the browser, and sure enough, the user was created, the email was sent. Let's verify our email, and we're logged in. If we open the users table, we see that the UUID is properly set. Now, we also need to tell Laravel's router what to do when doing route model binding, so that instead of the ID, it uses the UUID column that we created. Otherwise, these routes that we created here the category ID that gets passed, it's still going to try to look up the category by using the ID column, which is the primary key. That's the default for Laravel. However, we can customize the route key by defining the get route key name in our models and then return the column name that we want. So we'll do get route key name and we'll return UUID. If we inspect this base model again and search for get route key, we see that by default it's returning the key name, which is ID by default. However, if we define that, then it's going to return UUID. Now, even if we tried to go to categories/1/edit, we're getting 404. Now, we're getting 404 because the category doesn't exist anymore. If we refresh, we have an empty table, but let's create one. I'm just going to enter some random UUID in here. So let's do user ID 1, test, and create. Now let's go back here and refresh, and sure enough, we're still getting 404 because category with ID 1 doesn't exist. Technically, it exists with the primary key 1, but it doesn't exist with the UUID 1. If we take this, copy it, and put it in here instead of 1, now this works. And like I said, if we didn't define the get route key name and commented this out, we would get 404 for the UUID, but if we used the auto increment ID, we would still be back to the same problem. So when you're doing this hybrid approach where you have both the auto increment integer key as your primary key and then the UUID or ULID as your unique string key, then you have to define the proper route key name. So that way the route model binding is using the proper UUID or ULID column and not the primary key integer ID. So we need to duplicate this across the user and the task model as well. So let's put it in here and within task as well. Now, as you notice, these two methods are really good candidates to be extracted into a tray. But like I said, since it's just 3 models, I'm okay to keep them the way they are for now. All right, so now let's start implementing these controller methods one by one. Let's start with the index method of the category controller. This method is supposed to list the categories. The job of this method is to display a list of all the categories that belong to the currently authenticated user. So the first thing that we'll do is that we'll inject a request object in here so that we could grab the user from the request. Now we could also use the auth facade to get the user from, but I prefer to get it from the request. It's just more intuitive to me. So we'll do user equals request user. Now remember that this user essentially returns the user model. So we could call the methods that are available on that user model, which means that we could actually call the relationship related methods on that user model. Remember that in the user model, we defined the relationships called tasks and categories. So if we call the categories on the user model, we should be able to get this relationship object in our controller. So we could do something like user categories, and notice that we have 2 categories available here, one as the property and one as the method. This is the magic property that's available to the user model. What happens is that when you try to access the categories property on the user model like this, it is going to fetch the categories behind the scenes from the database and then return it as the list or the collection of categories. If we go here, we see that we have it documented that it's going to return a collection of the category objects. However, if you try to call the categories method, this is not going to fetch the categories from the database. It's not going to execute the query yet. What this does is that it returns has many object, which means that we need to chain some other methods or call some other method that is actually going to make the database call to fetch the categories. One such method is get. When you run get on the relationship, it is going to basically do the same thing as the categories property. It's going to fetch the categories from the database and return it as a collection or list of categories. If we inspect this, we see that it's simply running the get on the query and returns a collection. Now, another method that we can call on the relationship is called paginate. And the paginate method essentially allows you to get the paginated results. It doesn't return all the categories at once. It only returns a limited amount of categories or a limited amount of data. So instead of get, we can call paginate. And paginate accepts some arguments here that are optional. You can keep the defaults and it will work just fine. The per page is how many categories you want to fetch per page. 15 is default, which is fine for us. The columns is what you want to select. Page name is the query string parameter name that you want to define as. So if you want in the URL to be called page, this is essentially that. It's going to try to get that from the query string for you and figure out for which page you're trying to fetch the data. The page is the actual page number that you want to pass, and if it's not set, it is going to figure out what the current page is. And the same goes for the total. If it's not set, it is going to figure out the total. This method, as you can see, returns an object of length-aware paginator. This object essentially contains the results for the current page, plus all the information needed to render the pagination links, like the total number of pages, current page, and so on. Now, another thing I want to mention is that when we call the categories on the user, notice how we don't have to specify a user ID to this query. Because essentially, whether we do get here or the paginate, it is going to query the categories table and constrain that query to the user. And the way it gets the user is by using the user from here, because we are saying that we want the categories relationship on the user model, and this categories method defines the relationship in a proper way where it automatically, by convention, uses the user ID on the categories table to match to the ID of the users table. And therefore, when you call this here or when you call get, it is essentially going to constrain the results to a specific user. All right, so before we continue here, I want to test this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to dump the result of this paginate here, and let's create maybe a few categories. This is where Laravel's seeders can come in handy. Seeders are special classes that let you populate your database with the test data. Instead of manually creating the records through your application or by running SQL statements or maybe doing the inserts manually through the database tool that you're using, you can write a database seeder once and then run it whenever you need some fresh test data. Laravel provides a database seeder class by default, but you can create your own specific seeders using the PHP Artisan make seeder command. This database seeder kind of acts as like a main seeder that you run PHP Artisan db seed, and it's going to run through this run command, and you can have other seeders running within this run method. Right now, it's using user factory to create a test user. And we're going to talk about the factories a bit later once we get to the testing. For now, I'm just going to use a database insert statement to create a bunch of categories. So in here, I'm going to get rid of these for now, and we can either use the DB facade directly to insert the records directly to the categories table using the regular SQL statements, or we can use the category model to do that. So we could do something like for I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus plus, and we'll do category create and pass the list of columns that we want to create it with. So we'll do name, category I plus 1, and the user ID can be a user in random order, and we get the ID from that, or we can just hardcode it to 1 for now, just so that we can test out our pagination and other parts, and we'll get to the database seeders in more detail as well as the factories a bit later. So in fact, instead of 10, let's create maybe 50 categories. And again, we could move this into its own seeder called category seeder, but like I mentioned, we'll do that later. For now, let's open the terminal and let's run php artisan db seed. Application is running in production. I don't think we are. Let's double check the environment. App env set to production. Let's set that to local. Let's close it. Let's try to rerun. And sure enough, we see that it's seeding the database. And now if we open the categories table, we should have about 50 categories in there. Well, we do have 51 because we created one before. All right, I'm going to get rid of this one that was manually created. So that way we just have those 50 categories that were created from the seeder. Now we could rerun the seeder again, and this is just going to create another 50 categories. So if we refresh, now we have 100. So let's invoke this index method by going to the categories page. So let's go in here. We're going to log in with the user. Let's go to categories and we see the output. Now, please excuse the white background here. During the editing, I'll try to change the background of this so that it's not too flashy. So if you see bits of white background in some parts, that's probably me adding some kind of the dark background to avoid having this flashy white background. So in the output, we see the length aware paginator object here, and we see the items contains eloquent collection instance, which has 15 items in there because we're only loading 15 items by default. That's the first argument of that paginate method. So if we open that, we see that it's the list of 15 category model objects. And if we open each, we see that it's just the category model object. Now, in addition to the items, we also see other information like how many records we're loading per page, what the current page is, the page name, which is page, the total, which shows 100, last page is 7, which means that you can go to the next page, and so on. So now we can pass page equals 2 here, and this is going to give us the next page, basically next 15 records. So if we go here, we see that now we are on current page 2, and this returns the next 15 categories. So this way you can load the data page by page. So we can go to page 10, for example, and we're getting empty items because the maximum page or the last page is the page 7. So if we go to page 7, this contains the final 10 categories. So let's go back in here, and I do want to mention that there are two types of query builders in Laravel. In Laravel, you can build queries without Eloquent. You can simply use the DB facade and call the table on it, and that will return the query builder object, which is kind of like a low-level database agnostic interface for building SQL queries. So if we open our database seeder, instead of running the create on the category model, what we could do is that we could run the insert statement directly using the query builder. So we could do something like db and then call table, which accepts the table name as the argument. So we could do categories. And if we inspect this method in here, we see that this returns a builder instance, and this builder is from the Illuminate database query. That's the query builder. When you use this query builder and you execute the query to fetch the data, it returns a collection of PHP standard objects instead of using eloquent models, relationships, and so on. We could essentially build a query here. So we could do where and build up our query and then eventually call get, which is going to fetch that data. So for example, before I show you the insert version in here, I'm going to take this and go back to the category controller, and let's do dump this, and let's just simply call get without the where. It should just select all the categories. So let's comment this out. And before we go to the browser, let me try to echo out some HTML tag here with maybe a darker background color so that we don't see that white flashy background. So we'll do it like that, and then we'll close it up here. So as you can see, this returns a collection where the items is essentially an array of standard PHP objects. As you notice, this query builder doesn't care about model, it doesn't care about relationships, and so on. It's just standard PHP objects or a collection of PHP objects. You can also paginate this. So instead of doing get, we could call paginate, and this will work the same way. And instead of returning a collection from the Eloquent, it returns a collection from the support namespace. So if we go back and refresh, we see that it's returning length aware paginator, but the items is Illuminate support collection, where before, if we use the Eloquent, it was Eloquent collection. So if we open that up, we see that it's still the PHP standard objects. We can navigate through the pages as well, and so on. Now, on the other hand, when using models and Eloquent, you are using the Eloquent's query builder, which is essentially a powerful abstraction built on top of this query builder. It returns the collection of Eloquent models, not just the PHP standard objects. So if we uncomment this in here and move this here and go back and refresh, we see that this is the Illuminate support collection and this is the Illuminate database Eloquent collection. If we expand it, we see that these are PHP standard objects, and here we see that these are Eloquent models. Now we could call the new query here just to see what we get, and go back and refresh. We see that the first one returns an object of the query builder from the Illuminate database query, and the second one returns the has many object, which is essentially the query builder from the Illuminate database Eloquent. If we go back here and inspect this and then go to has many, we see that this one extends the has one or many. So let's dig into that. This one extends relation. Let's dig into that. And we see that the query here is an instance of builder, and this builder is the database Eloquent builder. On the other hand, this new query is directly from the database query builder. If we inspect the Eloquent query builder, we see that this query builder uses the base query builder instance, and it provides some abstraction and additional features specific to Eloquent. Now, in most cases, you will be using the Eloquent query builder and Eloquent models if you, of course, are using the benefits of Eloquent with its relationships, accessors, mutators, model events, models, and so on. But when you need to write more complex queries or you need more control, you can use the query builder to build out your queries. That way, you're not relying on Eloquent or the relationships. You can simply just write your own queries. You could build up the query here using where, using join, and so on. Now, you could, of course, do that on the Eloquent as well, but Eloquent also allows you to use relationships in addition to rest of these methods to build out your queries. Now, we also touched on the two types of collection classes. One is the generic collection class from the Illuminate support namespace, and the other is the collection class from the Eloquent namespace, which is built on top of the generic collection class. It essentially is pretty much the same idea or the same strategy as the query builder, the base query builder, and the Eloquent query builder. The difference is that the collection from the Eloquent extends the base collection. So if we check this code here, we see that the base collection is the support collection. The Eloquent collection just provides additional features specific to Eloquent and some abstraction over the base collection. All right, so enough with that stuff. Let's close these out. And I wanted to show you a way to create the records without using Eloquent. So you could do something like db table categories and then do insert and pass the data that you want to insert. You can also pass a multiple records here. So we could do 1 and 2 and put this into an array. And this is going to create two records at the same time. So when I run this right now, it's going to create 100 categories and not 50 categories because we're inserting 2 records for each iteration. So let's open the categories table here. We have 100 categories. So after running this, we should have 200 categories and not 150. So let's run that. We're getting general error, UUID doesn't have a default value. And that's one of the benefits of using Eloquent because we had it so that UUIDs were being set automatically for Eloquent. When you're doing things manually, you have to do some of these things manually as well because you lose the convenience of the Eloquent that allows you to set some of the properties automatically. So we'll have to just set the UUID here to something. We can use the UUID method on the string support class. And let's do the same here. Let's try to run it again. And this time it worked. Let's refresh. And sure enough, we have 200 records. So as you can see, you have options. You can use the Eloquent and get a lot of benefits, or when you need more control and you want to write your own queries in a specific way, you can just use the regular query builder or just simply execute the insert statements this way. So let's revert this back to using the model and let's close this out for now. All right, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to get rid of these and we're going to get the paginated categories and we're going to assign that to a variable called categories like this. And then we're going to return some kind of view, something like categories, index, and we'll make the categories to be available within that view. Let's not worry about the blade templates for now. We'll create them in just a bit. The next method that we're going to fill in is the create method, and this is essentially the form that we're gonna see to create the new category. So it's just the blades template that it needs to return. So we'll do return view categories dot create. The store method is where we'll actually save the category to the database. It handles the form submission, validates the data, and creates the new category in the database. The validation here, of course, will be handled by the form request class here called store category request. And in here, we're going to set the authorize to true because anyone who's logged in should be able to create a category. Then for the validation rules, we're going to only have a single field called name, and this will be required, it will be string, and it will be maximum 255 characters. Now with the form request ready, the implementation of the store method is actually pretty simple. We can get the validated data using the validated method on the request. So we can do something like category data equals request validated. The next step is to actually persist this into a database. We can again manually create the category using the db facade and then doing db table and then insert, or we could create a new model and then assign the properties and create it that way. So we could do something like category equals new category like this, and then assign the properties. So we can do name equals category data name, and then do category user ID equals request user ID, and then call category save. This is going to create the new category and set the user. Another way you can associate a user to the category model is by calling the associate method on the relationship. So you could do something like user, so call the user method, which will return the belongs to object, and we can call associate method on it and pass the user model. What this will do is that it will set the attributes properly. It will set the IDs essentially properly and set the relationship up. Now, while this works, you can do this in multiple ways. Like I said, one of the ways was to do it manually by doing the insert statement on the query builder, or you could do something like category and then create, just like we did in the database seeder, and pass the category data, and this will work as well. The only problem with this is that category data here does not include the user ID, and category create is not going to set the user ID automatically. So you need to make sure to add the user ID here, and then this would work. Another way, and the easier way to do that, is by doing something similar to what we did here. We got the categories relationship and then we called paginate on it. We could do the same thing but call create on it. So if we inspect the query builder here from Eloquent and search for create, we see that it creates the new model instance with the given attributes and then calls the save method. Now, one other difference I wanted to mention with using the create on the Eloquent versus using insert on the query builder is that this is going to trigger certain events, certain model events, where when you're using the query builder, it is not going to trigger the events. It's the same way it did not automatically fill in the UUID for us and we had to specify that ourselves. It also doesn't trigger certain events that Eloquent models trigger when you call save, when you call create, and so on. You could also call the create quietly here to create this record without triggering the model events. And you can look into the Eloquent model events to see what events can be triggered and what events get triggered throughout the model lifecycle. So let's go back here and we'll do request user categories and then call create and pass the category data. So what we're doing here is that we're getting the categories relationship on the user model and we're calling the create method. Kind of the same thing that we're doing in here. We're getting the categories relationship and we're paginating. And this automatically adds the user ID to the query to scope the result to the specific user because we're using the relationship. Same applies to here. When we're using the categories relationship on the user model, it is going to apply the user ID automatically when creating the data. That's why the user ID is not needed to be part of this category data. It is going to automatically create this category for this user. Now, after the category is created, we can redirect the user back to the index page and flash some kind of success message to the session so that user knows that the category was created, and they can also see the category that was just created because we redirect them to the index page. So we can do something like return, redirect, route, or we could do to route. I sometimes prefer the redirect route versus to route, but to route is shorter and it does the same thing, so why not? So we'll do redirect categories index with success category created successfully. We technically don't need this assignment in here because while the create method does return the category model, we really have no use for it here because we're not doing anything with it. If you wanted to do something with it, like return the ID back to the user, maybe via session, or if this was a JSON request, you would return it as a JSON and so on. But in this case, we don't need it, so I'm just going to remove that. And let's move on to the next method, which is edit. The edit method works similar way to the create. It's just going to return some kind of form to edit the category. So we'll return view categories edit and pass the category to it. The next one is the update method, which is similar to the store method because we're updating the category with the new data. And we have the update category form request. We're going to set this to true here for now, and we'll talk about the authorization and policies in just a bit. And then we're going to add the name here as well because we want the name to be required, string, and maximum 255. Now, you will see some duplication here because the create category and the update category are pretty much identical because the rules are the same. When you have cases like that, you could extract some of the rules into some kind of trait if you want to abstract it and then reuse it. Or you could use inheritance if you wanted to have some kind of base category request and then extend it. But I prefer not to do that, especially for minimal duplications like this. I don't mind having this duplicated over two requests. If I had a ton of requests that were related to each other and they were defining the exact same rules, then yeah, maybe I would consider moving it into a trade or something like that to reduce the duplication. But this also gives me more control and ability to change this around without affecting other classes or other form requests that define the same rules. All right, now in the controller, we can do the similar thing we did for the store. So we did request user categories create, and here, instead of going from the user route, we already have the category model available because of route model binding. And therefore, since we have the category model available, we can just call update on it and pass the validated data. So we'll do request validated, and it's going to update whatever fields we've defined in the update category request. Once that's done, we're going to redirect the user back to the categories index page with the success message that category has been updated successfully. The destroy method is also very simple to implement because we just need to call the delete method. Just like the update method and the create method on the category model, we also have the delete method. So we'll do category delete. And once the category is deleted, we're going to redirect the user back to the index page with the success message category deleted successfully. And that's it. We have completed the category controller implementation. We have a working CRUD controller for categories. Now let's work on the blade templates, and I'm not going to handwrite them. Instead, we're going to use AI to generate it for us. We have all of this backend set up. We have the layout set up. We also have some components that we borrowed from the Laravel Breeze. So it should be pretty straightforward for an AI tool like Claude Code, Cursor, or even ChatGPT to generate the front end for this application, and also to match it to the existing components and the page layout that we already set up. I'm going to be using Claude Code for this, but you're free to use whatever you prefer. Or you could just handwrite it if you like to write some blade templates. Let's open the Claude Code, and I'm going to paste in the prompt that I've created before. Our prompt is simply going to be something like implement simple UI blade templates for the category controller under resources views categories. Use the app layout that we've already defined and the components that we already have wherever possible. You must use the Tailwind CSS version 4 and match to overall UI of the app. Refer to auth pages for overall theme and colors, and also light and dark mode support is a must. You can check how other pages or components implement it for context. Let's press enter and wait for Claude Code to build the UI for us. I'm going to fast forward this, and once the Claude Code is done, let's check out the UI that it has built. So we're going to go to the browser, and looks like it added the categories page in the navigation as well. So if we click on it, we're brought to the categories page, and honestly it didn't do a bad job. This looks pretty good. We have the table displaying name, created at, and then some actions like edit and delete. We have a button to create the new category that takes you to the categories create page to enter the new category name. And you can click on edit to go to a specific category with the UUID in the URL and update it. And we can also delete it. It has the pagination here, so we can go to next page, page 2, page 4, and so on. So it's pretty good. Now let's go to page 7, and we're getting an error call to a member function format on null. So it seems like for some of the categories, the created date is not set. And this is expected actually, and I'll tell you why. Because remember when we ran the db seed to seed our categories table, we did it in two ways. One way we use the category model, and another way we use the insert statement directly on the base query builder without Eloquent. So within this database seeder, if you remember, we first did it this way, and then we did the DB table insert. When you do the DB table insert, like I mentioned before, it doesn't have some of the features available that the Eloquent query builder does. For example, we noticed that with the UUID, where we had to pass the UUID as part of the list of columns in here, and same applies to the timestamp columns. Laravel sets those up for us behind the scenes, and when you do the DB insert without the Eloquent, they don't get set automatically, so we have to pass those as well. And since we didn't, those columns are now with the null in their created and updated at timestamps. So if we look at the created at, we see that we have 100 categories with the null values. And that's why we're getting that error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of these categories that have null. And let's remove that. And now we just have 100 categories. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. And we have everything working. However, that doesn't really fix the underlying issue here. That's kind of like a band-aid. We're assuming that we will never have created that column as null. What if we do? We don't want to break our page and our application just because one of the records has an invalid value. Claude Code didn't take that into consideration, and AI tools will almost never take those kind of things into consideration. That's why you should be in the driver's seat when using AI tools. So we're going to go back and fix that up in just a minute. But Claude Code actually did a pretty good job here. The design looks awesome. If we switched it to light mode, I'm sure it would work as well. I'm not going to test it right now in here to avoid flashing bright colors on the screen, but I'm sure it's working. So let's go back here and let's review what it did for the UI. So we'll open the resources, views, categories, and we have three blade templates: index, edit, and create. Let's open the index. So it is properly using our layout. It has a slot header with the H2 categories, and it's using Laravel's localization, which is not necessary here, but yeah, why not? Let it use that. Then it has a link to the categories create. It also displays the flashed message if the success message is in the session, which is pretty good. And then it checks if we have the categories. I would have probably done something like categories is empty or is not empty instead of doing count, but this works as well. And then it loops through the categories and displays each category. It even uses the proper method in here for the delete, which is pretty good because our destroy route is the delete route. And to make Laravel understand that it's the delete route, we have to pass this hidden field, which this blade directive handles that for us. It adds the hidden field to the form. When the request comes in and Laravel tries to handle it, it detects that, hey, there is a method type on this request, which is delete, so we need to match that to the delete route and not to a post route. Because as you can see, the for method is set to post, but this is what's telling Laravel that this is actually a delete request. And you can do the same thing to patch and put. Then in here, there is some JavaScript on submit, return confirm. This essentially asks the user to confirm if we're sure to delete this category. And yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Now, I'm not an expert in Tailwind, but I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, based on the quick look at these classes, they seem okay. All right, and then in here, we see this method called links on the categories, and that's what renders the pagination. So if we go back to the browser, this pagination right here is completely rendered by Laravel via this links method. So you don't have to build that pagination UI yourself. This takes care of that. If we inspect that, we see that this renders a view with the given data. And you can pass your own custom view and data if you wanted to, or if it's null, it will render the default view. And then if there are no categories, it also edit this section to display no categories found and a button to create the first category. I wonder how this is going to look with the other create button. Is it like you have a new category button here and a category button here? That may not look that great, but I think it's fine. Let me see how it does it here. Yeah, so I think it's going to display both buttons, which probably is not the best UX. Let me test that out quick. So I'm going to delete that. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, so we have it here, we have it here. Honestly, it's not too bad, so you can go both ways. If you wanted to hide this, if there are no categories, we could essentially do something like if categories is not empty, only then display this button. So now if we go back, we see that the button no longer shows. I think I'm going to keep it this way so we're not confusing the user. We can now rerun the db seed. So we'll do php artisan db seed. This will create 50 categories. Let's go back, refresh, and now we have the button back in here. And we only have 4 pages because we only have 50 categories and not 100. Now let's see the other components. So we have the edit component. It has the form with the method put that makes a request to the categories update, which is great. We have the input for the name, and it also displays the error properly. And we have the cancel and update category buttons. And for the create, it's probably almost the identical. I would have probably preferred to somehow not have a lot of duplicated markup in here. Like a lot of the HTML is the same. We could improve this by further prompting Claude Code to reduce the duplication here and create a component, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the UI in here. We can do that off the recording. So let's test some of these actions out. So let's go back here. Let's test the new category. So let's click create. We get please fill out this field. That's the HTML required attribute. Let me remove that just so we can test the validation. So let's remove the required here. Go back, click create, and sure enough, the error message is displayed properly. Now let's enter the valid name. Let's click create category, and we're getting mass assignment exception. And this is expected, and it's actually pretty good that we're getting this error. What's happening is that Laravel is protecting us from the mass assignment because we haven't defined the fillable property on the category model, and we haven't told Laravel that we are allowing the name column or the name property to be filled on the category model. And therefore, Laravel detects this and throws the exception that someone is trying to pass a field that's not part of the fillable property. So what we can do is we can go back to the code. Let's open the category model. And in here, we're going to add the fillable property. And we'll add the name to be fillable. Now let's go back and refresh and retry. And sure enough, it worked. We get the category created successfully flashed message, which looks pretty good, honestly. And that category is probably all the way at the end. So if we go to the 4th page, we see it right here. Now, I do want to show the new categories on the top. So maybe we can sort all of our categories so we see the latest categories in here. And maybe also let's display the time when it was created, because right now I can't really tell which one is latest. And maybe it would also be worth it to show the updated at column, right? Because we may want to know when the category was updated. For some reason, Claude Code decided that that was not needed, but I think it's important that we have that. So we're going to go back here, and on the index, we're going to add updated at. And like I said, a lot of the markup here is duplicated, and using AI tools to make these into components is probably one of the great uses of AI. So now let's scroll down here and we'll duplicate this as well, and we'll do updated at. And we need to fix it so that in case the field is null, we don't want it to fail. So we'll just make this be null safe in both places. And let's improve on the formatting. So right now it's displaying month, day, year, and let's do maybe time this way. And let's edit here as well. And if for some reason they're null, we can just display dash. And let's do the same here. Now let's go back here. And sure enough, we have the created at and we have the updated at. Now let's sort these. So if we go back to the category controller on the index method, we can say to get the categories and sort them by the created column. So we'll do order by created at in descending order and then paginate. So we'll go back, refresh, and sure enough, now we see that our new category is at the top. Now there's an easier way to do this instead of using the order by method. We can just say latest and this will do the same thing. So if we go back and refresh, it still works. What latest does is that it essentially calls the order by for us using the created at by default in descending order. So essentially whatever we were doing, it does that for us. It's just a convenient method. You can also use oldest to sort by created at in ascending order, and you can customize the column if you want to sort by updated at, for example. All right, so now let's test the update method. So we'll go in here. Let's change this to test2 update, and that works as well. All right, now let's try the delete button, and for some reason the delete is not pointer and edit is pointer. I think this is Tailwind's defaults where it makes links be cursor pointer and the buttons don't have that cursor pointer. I believe it has something to do with the user experience or the better UI where pointer cursor indicates it's a link and not a button, like a clickable link. Honestly, in this case, I think it makes sense for both of them to be cursor pointers because it doesn't make sense for one to be a cursor pointer and the other not. The only reason this is a button is because we need the CSRF token and it cannot be a link. So in this case, it makes sense to add the cursor pointer. So let's go back and let's double check. Yeah, and now we have consistent cursor. Let's click delete and let's try to delete that. And sure enough, it worked. Category deleted successfully. All right, so one thing that I forgot to mention is that in the database seeder, when we ran the dbseed command, we were able to create the categories when we didn't have the fillable property defined on the category model. And we didn't get the same mass assignment exception in the console when we ran that command. The reason for that is because in Laravel, when running the database seeders, the mass assignment is disabled. All right, so now let me test the scenario where the created at is null. So I'm going to set this to null and I'm going to set this to null as well. Let's update. Let's go back, refresh. That one is the category 1, so it's probably on the last page. And sure enough, we see dashes in here. Let's go back and update it. And now if we go back, we see that the time wasn't updated. That's because when we clicked update, nothing really changed. If we go here and we update this like that and go back here, we see that now the updated at timestamp was updated. All right, so I'm going to maybe put this in the created at as well. And let's move on to another important topic called authorization. Now, before I demonstrate the security issue that we have in our application, and a major one if you ask me, I want to talk about the authorization versus authentication a little bit, because there needs to be some sort of distinction between the authentication, which verifies who a user is, and authorization that determines what a user is allowed to do. Authentication is about identity. It answers the question, who are you? When you log into an application, you're authenticating yourself. You're proving your identity with the credentials like an email and password. Authentication is all about establishing that you are who you claim to be. In Laravel, this is handled by things like login forms, session management, password verification, and middleware like the auth middleware that checks if someone is logged in or not. Authorization, on the other hand, is essentially about permissions. It answers the question, what are you allowed to do? Once we know who you are through the authentication, authorization then determines what actions you can perform. Are you allowed to perform this specific action on this specific entity or resource? Authorization is about checking whether an authenticated user has permission to perform a specific action or access a specific resource. In web applications, you can be authenticated but not authorized. For example, you might be logged into the system, so you're authenticated, but when you try to access someone else's private data, like someone else's categories, the authorization system says, nope, you don't have permission for that. You have proven who you are successfully authenticated, but you're not allowed to perform this specific action on this specific resource. On the other hand, you generally cannot be authorized without first being authenticated, because the system needs to know who you are before it can determine what you're allowed to do. There are some exceptions to this, of course, like when you allow guest users to view certain public content, but in most cases, authorization requires authentication first. We've handled the authentication already by properly authenticating the user, but we haven't handled the authorization, which checks if user is really allowed to do that specific thing. Now, to demonstrate the major security flaw here, let's create another user. So we'll go here, let's log out. We'll go to create the account. Let's do John Wick. There will be John W at example.com. Let's create the password and register. Now let's open the mail pit. So that's localhost 8025. Let's verify the email. We're logged in. Let's go to categories, and we have no categories, which is good. Let's create a category, John Wick's category, and that works, which is great. Let's click edit, and let's copy this category ID. Now let's log out from John Wick, and let's log in as Geo. Let's go to categories. Let's go to edit, and let's change this to this category and click enter. And as you can see, we are able to access John Wick's category, and we can even change it. We can change this to John Wick's category updated. Click update, and that works. We can now go back to that category and confirm that it was updated. And sure enough, it was. We can also delete the category. So if we go here, we can inspect element, and let's simply change this ID to John Wick's category ID, and let's click delete. Okay. And sure enough, category was deleted. The category 1 is still here because that's not what we deleted. But if we now try to go to John Wick's category and hit enter, we get 404. So as you can see, this is a big problem, right? Me as the user Geo am able to see, edit, and delete categories of another user, in this case, John Wick. Now, we could implement simple manual checks within the controllers or even within the form requests to ensure that the user is only able to take those actions on the categories that belong to that user. And that would count as authorization. For example, in the category controller, within the edit method, and then within the update as well, we could do something like if the category user ID doesn't equal to the currently logged in user ID, which we can get by auth user ID or simply auth ID, then we can abort with the status code 403. The abort essentially throws the HTTP exception, and then Laravel handles that exception in a way that it displays the proper error page for 403. Now, if we go to the table here and maybe reassign one of these categories to John Wick, so we'll set this to 2, for example, And let's copy this and go to the browser. And let's refresh this page now. We're getting 403 because this no longer belongs to us. However, we only updated the edit method, which means the user can still manipulate the form and still make the update and delete requests. Now, to fix the other ones, we would have to duplicate this essentially and put it here, and that would work. The other option, as I mentioned, is by updating the requests as well. So in here, we technically don't need to duplicate this over here. We can take this and put it within here. So we can say if the category user ID is equal to the currently logged in user ID, then return true. And the way we can access the category is by simply accessing it as a property on this object, and Laravel will figure it out behind the scenes. So we could do something like this category user ID. And this category will exist because Laravel will make that available. So let's go back and let's try the update one. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go back. Let's edit this. And I'm going to inspect element in here. And we'll update the UUID in here. And let's try to change that. We click update and we get 403, which means we can var dump this value to make sure that we are able to access that user ID. Let's refresh, and sure enough, we get the user ID too. Now, while this is okay and the controller version is okay as well, there are better ways to handle that. Laravel actually gives us two different approaches for handling authorization. And understanding when to use each one is really important for building well-architected applications. Laravel provides gates and policies, and many developers do confuse these as well. Think of them as routes and controllers. Gates are like routes. They are simple, direct, and closure-based. You define them right in your service provider with a simple closure function. They're perfect for global permissions that aren't tied to any specific model or resource. Think about things like, can this user access the admin dashboard? Or can this user upload files? Or does this user have access to the beta features? Or does this user have permission to create categories? These are system-wide permissions that don't really relate to a specific database record. Policies, on the other hand, are like controllers. They're classes that group related authorization logic together, specifically around a particular model or a resource. When you're dealing with questions like, can this user edit this specific post, or can this user delete this particular category, that's when policies become useful. They're designed to work with model instances and handle the complex authorization logic that revolve around ownership, relationships, and model-specific rules. The great thing here is that you don't have to choose between the gates and policies exclusively. Most real-world applications end up using a mixture of both. You may also just use policies and never need gates, and that's also fine. I typically use gates for those broad system-wide permissions and policies for anything that involves checking permissions against specific model instance. Like in this case, a policy would be a great fit because we want to check access to a specific model or a specific resource, and that is the category. Does this user have access to this specific resource? In that case, the policy is the best option. The way I think about it in practical terms is if I'm asking, can this user do something in general, that's usually a gate. If I'm asking, can this user do something to this specific model or database record, that's usually a policy. So let's generate a policy for our category model. I'm going to get rid of this from here, and let's open the terminal. We'll do PHP artisan make policy category policy, and we need to specify the model for this policy. So we'll do model category. This creates the category policy within the policies directory. So let's open that up in here. And as you can see, we have quite a few methods in here. We have view any, view, create, update, delete, restore, and force delete. And they all return false by default, but we can adjust that, of course. This kind of mirrors the controller methods, right? The view any would be the index method, the view is the specific category page, the create is the ability to create new categories. The update is if you have access to updates the specific category and you have the category model passed to this, as well as the user object. Same for the delete and restore. And again, the restore and force delete that relates to the soft deletes option, which we don't have, and we don't really need all of these methods, but they're there in case you need them. Now, if we follow the Laravel's naming conventions, then Laravel will automatically discover this policy and make it work with the category model. If you had non-standard names or your policies were in a different directory, then you would need to register them manually in the app service provider's boot method. But with our naming conventions, this should work out of the box. So let's fill in the logic in here. The goal is simple, right? We already showed in the controller and the form request what we need to do. We need to check if this user has access to this category, meaning that the only users that can do anything with this category is the ones that created that category. The design of our app does not permit users edit or manage other users' categories. If we wanted to do that, we could, but that's not the goal of our application. Every user has their own categories, and therefore they should be the only ones being able to manage the categories that they create. Now, like I mentioned before, we technically don't need all of these methods here. Like create method would return true, and it's kind of redundant because we want all the users to be able to create the categories. We don't need this much granular permission checks for this simple model. So that means we don't need this method. Let's get rid of that. We can keep this one for now. We don't need the create method because this will just return true since we want to allow any user to be able to create categories. The update will keep, the delete will keep, restore and force delete don't apply to our category model because we don't have the soft deletes. And these three methods do make sense because we want to make sure that a user can only view the categories that they have access to. They should only be able to update and delete categories that they have access to. So this means that we would have essentially the same checks here. So we would do something like the user ID equals to category user ID. And we would do the same thing in all of these methods. Now, another way that we could check this instead of hard coding this ID and user ID is by using is method. So you would do user is category user. This makes sure that the two models have the same primary key, the table, and the database connection. Now, the thing to notice here is that when we're accessing the user property this way, this is the relationship, right? This is the magic property that Laravel essentially runs the query and sets it up for us. This means that this would execute a query if the user wasn't loaded yet. And sometimes that's okay because you may use the user somewhere else throughout your request lifecycle, but you may not want to execute this additional query if it's not needed. And in those cases, this might be the optimal way because this does not execute any additional queries. Another option is by using the is method on the relationship itself. So we could reverse this and do something like this. Category user and do is and pass the user this way. And this is not going to run the additional query to select the user. Because remember, this returns the relation, right? It returns belongs to relation, and the is method is available on that as well. And if we inspect this is method, is slightly different. It's not going to run the query when doing this comparison. It is going to compare the keys by getting the parent key and getting the related key from the model. We can actually double check that by logging the queries that get executed, and we can do that by listening on the database events. Laravel actually provides a very easy way to do that. So we'll open our app service provider, and within the boot method, we're going to do something like db from the db facade, listen, and in the closure, we get the query that was executed, and we can type hint that to query executed from the Illuminate database events. And this event has access to the SQL query that was executed, the bindings, which is the parameter bindings that were used, the number of milliseconds it took to execute the query, connection, and so on. So now in here, we can simply log that. So we can do something like log info and log the SQL. Then in the context, we'll log the bindings and the time. Now let's go in here and I'm going to duplicate this and let me comment that out. And we'll do it the other way first. So we'll do user is category user. Let's clear out the logs from here and let's try it out. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, let's go back, and sure enough, we see the queries being logged. Now, this is not being logged because in here, this one essentially is the query to select the sessions. This is to select the user, which is the currently logged in user. And this one is to select the category that we're getting from the route model binding because we're accessing that specific category's update page. So we're not logging anything related to this. The way we can make sure that this gets executed is by enabling this policy check on certain routes and actions. There are multiple ways that can be done. You can apply it at the controller level by calling the can or cannot methods on the user instance. So if we open the category controller within the edit method, which shows the update form for the category, we can do something like if auth user cannot view the category, then we want to do something like abort 403. You can also do this as a middleware within the routes, and you can do it within the Blade templates as well. I personally prefer the middleware option at the route level, but let's test this out first, and then I'll move it into the middleware in just a bit. So let me clear that up again. Let's go back, refresh, come back, let's inspect, and these first three queries, we already established that they always get executed because this is the sessions, this is the user that is authenticated, and that's the category from the route model binding. Now we have an additional query to load the user. So this is the extra query. So we're executing for this check. Now let's replace it with this and let's check it again. So let's delete that, go back here, refresh, come back, open that up, and we see that another query that was selecting from the users is not being executed anymore. If we change this back, and let me delete that again one more time just to confirm, refresh, come back, we see that extra query right here. And this one is just the activity update on the session in the database. So while this is not really a big deal, and it's only one query, and you may eventually need to run this anyways in your request lifecycle somewhere else, it's not necessary in this case. And yeah, why not? We can optimize it if we can. It doesn't take a lot, right? It's pretty simple. Now, we will have to duplicate this all over, right? And it's fine to have three methods here: view, update, and delete. But essentially, they're doing the same thing. We don't really have the need to have this granular permission system for this resource. We technically only really need one method. Can the user manage this category? Whether it's viewing the category, updating, or deleting. We don't need to be too granular in this example or in this application. So we can replace this with manage and simply delete the other two. This will keep our policy much simpler. Now we can close that out, and in here we can simply do if user cannot manage the category, abort with 403. If we copy the category ID that the user doesn't have access to and go back here and update it in here, we still get the 403. Now let's move this to be at the route level and not at the controller level. So let me actually close these up from here, and let's get rid of it from here, and we'll do it at the route level. So let's open the web.php, and we can use a middleware called can. So we could do something like can manage category. Now, this of course wouldn't work because we don't have the category on all of these routes. We only have the category available on certain routes. So we would have to add this to some of the routes within these routes. Remember that route resource generates the routes for us. So we can't really just chain the middleware on it. We want to add the middleware for specific routes. We don't want to add the middleware to all the methods or all the routes. So we could do something like middleware for and pass the list of methods. So we want to apply this middleware to the edit, update, and destroy methods. So we'll do edit, update, destroy, and the middleware is can with the ability being manage and the resource being category. Let's format this a little bit better, and that should be good enough. Now, if we go back to the browser and refresh this, we see that it still gives us the proper 403. Now, it does have an additional message because when we were doing abort 403, we were not passing the message, and you could pass and customize the message if you wanted to. But by default, Laravel throws this 403. Now, if we take this and tried to manipulate the ID in here and submit the form, we should get the 403 as well. So click update, and sure enough, we get 403. The same should apply to delete. So if we go here and update this, that's the edit. We need to update the delete. So this one, and click delete, we get 403. All right, so now you might be asking, should we be doing the authorization checks in policies, in form requests, in controllers, within the business logic, like your action or the service class, within the blade template, or should you do that everywhere? The answer is, as always, it depends. I personally wouldn't put it in the controller because we have the form request that has the authorized method, and we also have the policies. So I don't really see the reason to put it in the controller unless I had like some specific use case where it would make sense to put that check within one of the controller methods. But in most cases, you won't see me putting authorization checks in the controllers. They will either be in the policies or in the form requests or somewhere in the downstream action or service classes. So I would first put it in the policy if it's possible, and then apply it at the route middleware level, like I did it in here. You can apply it to the entire group, or you can apply it to individual routes, and then fall back to the form request and then the business logic if I want to ensure that no matter where that method is called from, it is protected. Like in this example, it doesn't take a lot to do this authorization, right? We already have the category through the route model binding available. We can get the user ID, and we have the currently logged in user. So this is pretty easy to do, right? We can even just do the same policy check in here. So we could do auth user can and do manage and the category. And this way it's much cleaner. All right, with that, let's move on to API resources. Notice that we are returning the data to our views here, and then the view handles the job of locating the necessary fields that it needs to display it. Now, in some cases, this might be okay to pass all the categories and everything basically to the views and then have view figure out what fields it needs. But essentially, we are sending a lot more data than we really need in the front end, in the view. Now, imagine we were not returning a view here and this was an API call and it was expecting a JSON object back. Returning this list of categories as a JSON object would not be wise because it would return a lot more information than needed. For example, if I remove the view here, and let's say instead of returning the view, we'll do something like return response JSON and returned this instead, let's see what we get. So we go to the browser, let's log in, let's go to categories, and we get a JSON response. Now let's do a pretty print here, and we have list of categories with all of these data. So we have the paginated data, essentially current page, the data contains list of categories, and each category contains more data than we need. Especially pay attention to the ID here. We established that we didn't want to share the IDs to the front end, whether it's via API response or in the views. We wanted to just share the UUIDs so that we don't display the internal IDs in the front end. With this, however, we're kind of breaking that, right? We are returning a JSON response that just contains everything in it, including that ID. And that's not the only problem. There can be a lot more columns in here or a lot more fields that this resource or object would have, and that would all be returned in here. Laravel essentially automatically converts the model objects into the proper arrays and then into proper JSON. So as you can see, you could accidentally expose some fields that you didn't mean to expose them to either API or front end. Now, one option here is that you could use the hidden attribute in the model and then add the columns that you don't want to be visible when serialized to JSON or to array. And Eloquent will honor that whenever it tries to convert its model object into an array and then into a JSON. So let's try that out quickly. I'm going to go back here. Let's open the category model, and I'm going to add a hidden attribute. And remember, we have the hidden attribute on the user model that we saw before, and this contains the password and remember token, so these don't get exposed when you try to serialize the user model as an array or JSON and so on. So in here, we can do the same thing. So let's add a hidden, and let's say that we want to hide the ID. Now, if we go back here and refresh the page, we see that ID is no longer present. So that's one way of hiding the columns that you don't want to be present when models get converted into an array or into JSONs. Now, another option is that instead of returning the data this way, right here, we could return manually constructed array with just the fields that we want to be available in our response. And Laravel will automatically convert that to JSON. So instead of just returning categories like this, we would iterate through the list of categories on that and then create the array that we want to return with the proper data in it and return that instead of full categories list that we get from this paginate method. Now, one thing I want to mention is that we are using response JSON here to respond with the JSON response, but let's see what happens if we simply return categories. Let's go to the browser, refresh the page, and as you can see, it is still returned as JSON. But the way this works is that Laravel automatically converts this into an array and then into JSON. As you can see, this has two JSON and two array methods. So if we just do two array and go back and refresh, we still get JSON because Laravel converts that behind the scenes. If we inspect the length-aware paginator, we see that this one implements the JSONable and arrayable as well. Arrayable interface provides the toArray method, and JSONable provides toJSON method. And then the toJSON method, as you can see, just does the JSON encode, and it calls JSON serialize, and JSON serialize calls the toArray method. The JSON serialize is available on the JSON serializable interface, so when JSON encode is called on it, this method gets invoked, and this determines how this object should be serialized as JSON. So in here, if we go back to the toArray method, which gets called from the JSON serialize, we see that we have the current page data, first page URL from, and so on. And if we go back to the browser, we have exactly that. And this doesn't apply just to the paginate, it applies to models and collections as well. So if we did here get, for example, which returns the collection, right? It doesn't return the paginated data anymore. We see that the toArray method is still available as well as to JSON. And if we click into these, we see that this is coming from the enumerates values trait, which is included on the collection class. And this also includes the JSON serialize and toJSON and some other helper functions, including the toString magic method. Now, if we go back and inspect the collection here, which extends the base collection. If we go into the base collection, we see that that one uses that enumerates values trait. So that's how essentially Laravel knows when and how to serialize the collection or the models into proper arrays and into JSON. Even if we remove these two array here, Laravel will figure out that we're trying to return a collection or we're trying to return an array, and it's going to transform this into a JSON. So if we go back and refresh, we see that it's returned as JSON. Now, as I mentioned, the same applies to the models. So even if we did call the first here, which would return category model from the collection, this would also convert it to an array and to JSON because toArray and toJSON exists on the model as well. If we open the category model and go into the base model, we see that this model implements the arrayable, JSONable, and JSON serializable interfaces. So that means if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we see that the model is returned as JSON. So the reason I'm going over this is because it is tempting to return the data this way because it's easy, right? You can just return categories or you can just return the paginated categories like we were returning before. And it's just simple. And then it might bite you later because you exposed the additional data or fields that you didn't mean to expose. Even if you use the hidden attribute and you try to hide some of the columns, which is a good practice for sensitive fields, like if you have account numbers, passwords, API keys, and things like that, basically the sensitive fields, you should absolutely put them into the hidden attribute so that no matter what, they don't get included when the model gets serialized into a JSON or into an array. But this should not be the primary way of how you structure your responses. So while this is great, I personally wouldn't do this. I wouldn't add hidden attribute to every single model and hide the IDs. That just doesn't feel right. Instead, I would use hidden attribute for really sensitive data, like I said, account numbers, API keys, passwords, etc. The user model, whatever it has, the password and remember token, that makes sense. Those are sensitive fields, and I wouldn't want that to be serialized into an array or JSON. But the IDs and things like that don't really belong in the hidden attribute just because I don't want to expose them in the responses. So how do we solve this? We want to curate exactly what data the view receives, ensuring that it's dumb, meaning it just renders data without making decisions. We essentially need to add some sort of transformation layer so that view receives the data that we decide view needs access to. There are a few standard ways to handle this. You could use DTOs or data transfer objects, you could use view model pattern, or you can use API resources. In this project, we're going to use API resources. Now, I hear you asking, Geo, aren't API resources meant for JSON responses and for APIs? And the answer to that is technically yes. API resources are designed for APIs. Using them for blade views works, but it's not their primary purpose. However, there are some good reasons to use them, even with views, in my opinion. If you stick to passing raw eloquent models to your views, you're essentially tightly coupling your backend to Blade. But if we structure data using resources or some sort of transformation layer like DTOs or view models, we effectively create a standard contract. Whether we are using Blade today or if we decide to switch to React, Vue, with or without Inertia.js next week, the data structure doesn't change. Plus, it solves the leaky abstraction problem. If we pass a full model to Vue, we risk performance issues like accidental n+1 queries, which we'll talk about later, or we might accidentally expose sensitive fields that shouldn't be there to begin with. Worst of all, passing a model gives the view access to everything, including the ability to update or delete records, because it has access to Eloquent. And that is simply too much power. Views should receive data, not database access. Now, I'll be honest, using API resources in views isn't the textbook Laravel way. It might even feel like we're breaking the rules. But it fits my workflow perfectly because I rarely work exclusively with Blade templates. I'm usually building with front-end frameworks like React, so 99% of the time I need JSON responses anyway. Structuring my app with API resources from day one means I can easily transition from Blade to JavaScript or add API endpoints alongside my views without rewriting my data logic and so on. The data structure essentially stays consistent. Now, I want to be clear, if you're working purely with Blade templates and have no plans to add an API or use JavaScript framework, then passing models directly is fine. It's simpler because when using resources in views, we will need to use array syntax to access properties and not object, since it will be an array and not an object when passed to view. But assuming we want to build with modern standards where we might want to add an API later or work with a front-end developer or switch to a JavaScript framework with or without Inertia.js, using API resources in that sense kind of keeps our responses standardized in one place. So for this project, I'm going to be using API resources for two reasons. One, to show you and explain how API resources work in Laravel, and second, because they align with the modern full stack development where you might need both server rendered views and JSON API endpoints. So going back to the category controller, we're going to refactor this to pass down categories resource instead of the raw length-aware paginator object. API resources are incredibly useful for transforming your models into specific format. They provide the transformation layer between your Eloquent models and the final JSON or the array representation of your data. You could even have multiple resources for a specific model. Maybe you want to have a standard category resource that returns standard fields, but then maybe you want to have a slimmed down category resource that only returns few fields from the original standard category resource. You can create the resources manually or you can generate them using the artisan command. So we'll open the terminal and we'll do php artisan make resource followed by the resource name. We are creating the resource for category, so we'll call it category resource. And this will place the resource under app http resources directory. So let's open that up here. And as you can see, resource simply extends the JSON resource and it implements the toArray method, which should return the array representation of the category resource. This way we control what gets returned for the category resource. If we inspect the JSON resource here, we see that it has a bunch of methods here, including the toArray, toJSON, and so on. So if you called the parent toArray on the category resource, you would call this one. And what happens here is that it will check if the resource is an array. If it is, it returns it that way. If it's not, it just calls the toArray on that resource. And the resource is essentially your model object. So if we go back here and revert this for 1 minute and do parent toArray, this essentially is going to do the same thing as you just returning your model as JSON or array. So if we go back to category, we can return a resource in multiple ways. For now, I'm just going to return a resource for a single model just so I can demonstrate this part right here. So we'll do return new category resource, and we need to pass the resource, which is the model, to it. So we'll do categories first, and let's go to browser, refresh the page, and sure enough, we see that it's returning a JSON. So this is essentially same thing as just returning the model itself. So if we just do this and go back and refresh, we see that it's the same thing except the outer data element, which gets added by the resource itself. But if we go to the resource and instead of doing this, we simply return the data here, like name to this name, and this is going to be routed to the model attribute. So this name essentially refers to the name attribute or the property of the model, which is category in this case. So if we go back to the browser and refresh the page, we see that we're only getting the name attribute. So now what information do we need for our views? If we go back here, we need the name created at, updated at, and the ID, which is the UUID, right? So let's go back here and we'll return ID, and this will not be the ID, the primary key ID. This will be the UUID because these resources are external facing. So we'll do this UUID, then we have the name, and we need the created at and updated at. And the good thing here is that we can format the dates in a standard way so that all of our views essentially handle that properly. We can just define this format in the resource. So we'll copy this here and put it here. And we can do the same thing for updated at. So let's do the same here. Let's format the code. And let's go back to the browser and refresh the page. And sure enough, we only get the data that we really need. Now, the way this works here is that if we again go back to the JSON resource, there should be PHP's magic get method. So if we scroll up here and go to this delegates to resource trait and scroll down, we see that it implements the magic methods, including the get. And what this get does is that it essentially defers that property access to the resource object. And the resource in this case is the model. So you could essentially just do resource UUID and this would work as well, or just call it this way. And since this property doesn't exist on the JSON resource, it's going to defer it to the underlying resource via that PHP's magic getter method. So if we go back and refresh, we see that it still works. Now these squiggly lines simply mean that the IDE doesn't understand where these properties exist. These properties don't exist on the JSON resource. They are accessed or routed via the PHP's magic getter method through the delegates to resource trait, and it gets routed to the underlying resource object. The way we can solve this to make this clickable is by using the PHP doc blocks mixin doc block. And the mixing doc block essentially allows you to signal or let the class or the IDE know that all properties and the methods are available on another class that you edit within your mixin. So we can do something like this. We can do mixin and add the category model, and now this all becomes clickable. Now the UUID is not clickable, and that's probably because we don't have the UUID here. We added that later. So let's add that UUID, and this will be string, and we'll have to do the same for other models, or you could regenerate these properties using the IDE helper. I'm not going to do that because it's easy to add. We only have 3 models, so I'm just going to do user, add it here, and we'll do the same thing to the task and edit here. Let's close those out. Let's also close these out, and we see that the UUID now is clickable. Now let's go back to the controller, and instead of instantiating the category resource manually like this, we could directly call toResource on the model object. So we'll do toResource. Let's go back, refresh, and as you can see, it still works. And the way this works is that Laravel automatically figures it out behind the scenes which API resource to pull. So if we go to the category model, which extends the base model, we see that this uses the transforms to resource trait. If we inspect that, we see that this has the method called toResource. And if you don't pass the resource class, which we're not passing by default, it will try to guess the resource on its own. If you don't follow Laravel's naming conventions and you named it differently, then you can pass the resource class and it will still work. So let's close this out and let's now figure out how to make it work to the paginator because we know how it works with the model. Actually, before we do it for the paginator, let's make it work for a collection. So if we simply did something like this here, where we're getting all the categories, so we do get, we could call toResourceCollection method on it. And this method is available on the transforms to resource collection trait. And this trait is available on the collection class. So if we go here and go into the base collection, we see that this base collection uses the transforms to resource collection trait. And this one essentially does the same thing. You can pass the resource class. If it's not set, it is going to try and guess the resource collection. You can read through to see how that works. But essentially, you can also have a resource collection class within your resources. So let's go to the browser and see what this returns. If we refresh, we see that out of the box, it works and it returns the data as needed. Now, what if you wanted to return some additional data with this collection? Right now, it's returning the data, right? But what if we want to return something else? In that case, you can have the resource collection. You can either create the resource collection manually, or you can use the artisan command to generate that. So we could do something like php artisan make resource category collection, and if we inspect this, we see that now it extends the resource collection and not just the JSON resource. This again has the toArray method, and in here we can return the data. So we can return the data, this collection, and this essentially is the same thing as before. So if we go to the browser and we refresh the page, we see that it's exactly the same. However, we can add additional data in here like links, and now this is going to be returned as well. So if we refresh and do create a print, scroll down, we see that now it's there. If you don't need the custom resource collection, then you don't have to create these classes. It's only useful if you want to customize the data that gets returned. Now, what if you wanted to not wrap your data within this data attribute? You can disable that by using without wrapping method on the JSON resource class in your app service provider. So let's first remove this collection because we don't need this class. The default one works fine. And in our app service provider, we can do something like this. So we can do JSON resource without wrapping. So now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we see that it no longer wraps it within the data key. For now, I think it's okay to be wrapped within the data, so we're gonna remove that. And let's close that out and close these out. And a couple more things I want to mention about the resources is that if you don't follow the conventions, like I said, you could pass the resource class name here to this method, right? But another way is that within the category model, you could add the PHP attribute called use resource. And you can specify the resource that you wanted to use. And you could also do the use resource collection for the resource collection. But we don't need those customizations because we're following the conventions here, so that should be fine. Now, there is, of course, more to the resources. You can read in the documentation. You can have nested resources. You could do the resources for the relationships and so on. And we might actually do that once we get to the tasks. But for now, this is, I think, good enough. Now, we do need to update our view, but we also need to update this as well. To-resource collection also exists on the length-aware paginator, because if we inspect this, we see that this one extends the abstract paginator, and if we go here, we see that this uses the transforms to resource collection. So that means we could basically call this here, and this would work. So if we return categories this way and go back and refresh, we see that it still works. Now, of course, you could create the resource collection yourself manually. You could do something like this. So you could do category, resource, and then do collection and pass the list there. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and we see that it still works. So as you can see, you have many different ways to use resources. Now let's remove this and go back and refresh. And as you can see, our view still works and it didn't break. Well, if we go here and we do dump categories and go back, we see that this is an instance of anonymous resource collection. And then in our blade, we are iterating over that object, right? Over that anonymous resource collection. Now, if we open the anonymous resource collection, we see that this extends the resource collection. So let's go in here. And we see that the resource collection implements the iterator aggregate interface, which provides the getIterator method. And that's what's called essentially when you're trying to iterate over that object and you're treating it as like an array. And if we inspect the collects resources trait and scroll down, we see that we have that getIterator method in here. And this returns the iterator from the collection. So essentially, we're not really getting this in our view because it's not transforming it. Since we're looping over the resource collection in our blade right here, it is just looping over or iterating over the collection. And we can actually test that. So if we go here and do dump this collection, we're going to get that here as well. If we refresh, we get it right here. So it is just a collection with the category resource in each element, and each resource contains the model, and therefore each item here is the resource. It's essentially the object of the category resource. It's not the model. But remember, we are able to access the properties on the resource, which gets routed to the model, and that's why this still works. This name here is essentially same as we doing this name right here. So when we access the name, it is routing that to the category model and accessing the name property there via that delegates to resource trait, which uses the magic get method to access that property. And we can do that in action. So we can do dump key here, and we should see that printed. So if we refresh, we see they get accessed right here. So does this really solve the problem of us passing too much data to the view? It kinda does, kinda doesn't. API resources is really meant for APIs. So when you define resources, they're really for when you're responding as a JSON, when you want to return a JSON response. In that case, it automatically handles the transformation. In this case, it doesn't do the transformation because we're not returning a JSON, and it just returns the anonymous collection. And if we are iterating over it, we're just iterating over the collection of the resources, and each resource has access to all the model properties again through that delegation via the magic get method. We can even access the ID in here, and as you can see, it's the auto increment ID and not the ID that we defined in our resource. And the way we can fix that is by calling a resolve method in our controller. So let's close this out. And essentially, we can do something like resolve, and this is going to transform our categories. Now, if we go back here, this is going to fail. So let's go here, refresh, and as you can see, it is failing because it's checking if the categories is not empty, and this method no longer exists because we are returning an array, not a collection or the anonymous resource collection. So if we go here and let's scroll up and do die and dump categories, let's see what we get. Let's refresh, and as you can see, we get the list of resources and it returns only the data that we need. So it does the transformation for us. So now all is left for us is to adjust this view so it doesn't treat the categories as a collection. Now, some may say that it's perfectly fine to pass the collections here and just do what we were doing, but I personally don't like to do that. And essentially, when you return as the JSON, it does the resolve behind the scenes. If we search for the resolve method, we see that within the JSON serialize of the JSON resource, it calls the resolve for us. All right, so let's go to the index and we're going to adjust it here. So we'll do if no categories, then we'll display the new category here. Then in here, we want to check the count. So we'll simply just do count this way, since it's just a regular PHP array at this point. And here we can still do the loop, but we would need to access these as arrays instead of objects. So if we go here and refresh the page, we see that we're trying to access the name property on an array. So we'll go back and we'll replace this to access it as an array, and the same thing here. So let's remove it here. Let's do the same here. Let's get rid of that and let's give it a try. Let's go back, refresh, and we're getting missing required parameter for route categories. That's because before we were passing the category model and the route helper function was able to figure out which parameter to pass. But now it doesn't know because it's no longer a model. So instead we need to do something like this. Category equals to category ID. And we'll do the same thing here. Now let's go back, refresh. We're getting unclosed. Did I miss the closing bracket here? Yeah, I did. Let's close that up. Let's go back, refresh. And now we're getting call to member function links. And that's because it's calling this links method on the categories, which it was rendering the pagination for us. And it's not able to do that anymore. This is fixable. And the way we can fix this is by passing the links from here. So we can do something like links equals categories links. And the way we can access links is that we can remove this from here and add it here. So the categories is the resource that we pass, and the links get passed properly because links method exists on the length-aware paginator instance. And this should still work the same way. So now instead of calling the links method, we'll just simply do links. If we go back and refresh, we see that now it's rendering HTML. This is because it's escaping by default. So what we can do here to fix is that we can say we don't want to escape these links. So let's go back and we see that now it works. So we can go to page 2, page 3, page 4, and it still works. Now, I don't personally like doing this kind of things because it can be dangerous in certain situations. Instead of doing it this way, I'd prefer to do something like links and call a closure. So that way, this will do the rendering for us. So if we go back, instead of returning the links this way, we'll return it as a closure. Now, if we go back and refresh, we see that it still works. Now, you might be saying, why go through all this trouble, right? It was working perfectly fine before. Why do we need to do these complicated things? And the answer is you don't have to. But you also most likely won't be working with the blade templates directly like that. you'll be making API calls or API requests to your backend, to your controllers, and you'll be responding with JSON responses. And when you do that, you would be using the resources. But like I said, when I do the views, in rare cases, I still like to follow the same strategy. Is it an overkill? Yes, in some cases it is overkill, so you don't have to do this. You can follow the regular convention. I just wanted to show you that this is possible if you wanted to avoid passing too much information to Blade templates. Great, so now that we have the category CRUD operations set up and working, it is time to move on to the tasks and set up the task controller with its CRUD operations. But I'm not going to do that all by hand because we already did that for the categories, and doing all of that by hand again kind of would be redundant and kind of boring for you. Instead, there are a few new things that I want to cover when building out the tasks page, but the overall structure and the controller and the code will be very similar to the category CRUD operations. So we're going to use our friend Claude Code to generate all of that for us. We have a pretty good foundation for the category, like I said, so Claude Code or Cursor should be able to generate a good quality code based on our existing structure and code. I will, however, install Laravel Boost package, which basically is MCP server, but also comes with some standard guidelines and rules for your AI tools like Cursor, Copilot, Claude Code, and so on. It can also look up the latest documentation to keep AI on track in producing higher quality code and reduces hallucinations. If you don't know what MCP is or you're not using AI tools, that's fine. You can skip this completely, but I just want to show that to you. MCP stands for the Model Context Protocol, and it is an open standard for AI systems to connect to underlying or external tools or services. So we're going to install that using Composer. So will the Composer require Laravel slash boost dash dash dev because we only need this for development. It is going to install, and then once that's done, we're going to run the artisan command to actually set up the MCP server and the coding guidelines. So we'll do php artisan boost install. It is going to ask us a few questions. We want to say that we are using the Claude Code and PHP Storm. Hit enter. We are using Claude Code for the guidelines, and I also have the Copilot, so I'm going to uncheck the others. Let's hit enter, and it has finished installation. It creates few files here. We have the boost JSON, the MCP JSON, and so on. But in the MCP JSON, I want to update something because we're using Laravel Sail and we're using Docker, and this simply is not going to work. If we open the Claude here and type in /MCP, we see that it is not able to connect to Laravel Boost. And the reason for that is because it's trying to execute the PHP Artisan Boost MCP, and it's not able to do that because we are within the Docker container. So we need to adjust the command in here. So essentially, we need to execute this command through the Docker container. So we'll do docker as the command, and the argument will be exec-i. Then we need the container name, which in our case is Laravel Daily Task Tracker Laravel Test 1. And then we need to run the PHP Artisan Boost MCP. And now if we restart this and do MCP and try to reconnect, it is still failing. I wonder if my container name is wrong. It is Daily Task Tracker Laravel, not Laravel Daily Task Tracker. So let's fix that in here. It will be Daily Task Tracker Laravel. Let's try this again, /MCP. And now, as you can see, it shows connected. It also comes with AI guidelines that are curated specifically for Laravel and Laravel ecosystem in general. So it is a pretty good tool if you're using AI. So if we go here, we see that it created the Claude MD file, which is basically the rules file for Claude. And it has the Laravel guidelines in here. So now when we prompt the Claude Code to do something with Laravel, and if it doesn't know how to do it, it is going to reach to Laravel documentation and figure it out. If it faces any errors, it can look up the error log and figure it out. It can also run the database queries, check the schema, get the config, and so on. All right, so with that, let's write our prompt. Actually, before we write that, I want to mention that there is an easier way to do this in the MCP.json file for Laravel Boost if you're using Sail. This works just fine, but the easier way for Sail is that we can simply do something like vendor bin Sail and then run artisan boost MCP because we are able to execute these with the vendor bin sail, right, in terminal. And it should work from here as well. So if we exit out from Claude and try it again, the MCP should still be connected. And sure enough, it is. All right, so let's now prompt our Claude to create the CRUD operations for the tasks, including the UI, the resources, form requests, policies, and so on. So we want to build a complete task management feature for this daily task tracker app following the existing category controller pattern in category controller. We are essentially telling Claude that, hey, we have an example here and we want the new code to follow these patterns and the strategies that we used in the existing controller. And then Claude Code should be able to pick up from the controller, see the form requests, the policies, and match that to the new classes that it's going to create. We also want to instruct Claude to implement full CRUD operations for tasks, including create, read, update, and delete, plus add a method to toggle task completion status because we want to be able to mark tasks as completed or incomplete. Create a task policy for authorization, store task request, and update task request. We probably don't have to specify these in the prompt. I'm pretty sure Claude will be able to figure that out on its own, but it's good to be explicit and detailed in the prompt so that way you don't have to reprompt it later and fix it up and things like that. This way we can try to see if Claude Code can get everything done in one shot and ensure that users can only manage their own tasks. For the UI, create a clean table with filters for completion status, completed, incomplete, category dropdown because we want to be able to filter by categories, and date range from and to. Use Tailwind CSS version 4 to match existing styles. Build reusable blade components to avoid code duplication. Add proper routes with UUID based route model binding because we want to ensure it doesn't use the primary keys in the route model binding. I'm pretty sure, again, the Claude would figure this out on its own, but it doesn't hurt to give it a hint. And policy middleware. Then we also want to add the link in the navigation that routes the user to the tasks. So add a tasks navigation link in the navigation menu. Follow Laravel's best practices, use simple code, and leverage the latest Laravel 12 features. And I think this is good enough. So let's hit enter and wait for Claude to build our tasks feature. And then what I'm going to do afterwards is I'm going to review the code that it's going to output and then make some adjustments because I guarantee you it's not going to get it at 100%. And that's the way I look at these AI tools. I don't want it to do 100% of my work. I want it to get me 80, 85% there, and then I'll do the rest. So as you can see, now it's using the Laravel boost. It wants to look at the database schema, so we will allow it to use this tool. And now it's searching through the other files like the form requests, the existing Blades templates, and so on. All right, the first update it's doing is it's updating the task model by adding the fillable property, which makes sense because otherwise our create operations would fail, right? Due to mass assignment protection. So we're going to allow that. Next, it's trying to create the task policy for the task model. We'll allow that. And it probably failed because it's trying to execute the command phpartisan make policy, and it's not able to do that because it needs to execute that through Laravel cell, and we haven't instructed Claude to do that. To fix that in future, I would update the Claude MD to let Claude know that anytime you need to run artisan commands or PHP commands, you need to run them through Laravel cell or through Docker container. But for now, let's see. I think it's just gonna create it manually, which it does. But I wanna cancel that out and actually let Claude know how to use the artisan commands. The artisan and PHP commands need to be run through Docker container. So use vendor bin sale artisan command. Please also update Claude MD to avoid issues later. All right, so let's see how it does. All right, this seems good. Let's update. And now, as you can see, it's executing the artisan command using the vendor bin sale artisan make policy, and this should work. So we're going to allow that, and it did work. Now it's trying to update the task policy by removing all of these methods and just having a single manage method, similar to how we have the category policy, which is good because we wanted to follow the same patterns and strategies that we used with category management. So we'll approve that. Next is the form request, and I'm going to approve that, and I'm actually going to tell Claude to not ask again for every single request so that it can sort of create the form requests, the controllers, write the code, and I will review it at the end once it's done. All right, so seems like Claude has finished implementing the tasks feature. So let's scroll through the summary here to understand what it did. So it updated the task model with the fillable fields, it created the resource with proper formats, it added the authorization and validation through the policies and the form requests, it created the controller and the routes, it created some reusable components like the select input and text area input, and created the views to create, edit, and view tasks. It also added the tasks link to the main navigation menu as well as the mobile menu, and it also updated the Claude MD with the Laravel sale command instructions. So it seems like it implemented everything we needed. So let's now test it out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to test it in the browser first, and then we'll come back and review the code and adjust things if needed. So let's go to the browser. We see we have the new menu item here. So let's click tasks. And sure enough, we get this nice UI, which looks similar to categories. Now I do see some dark colors on the calendar icons, but that's something we can fix. So let's create the first task. We'll do test. Let's do test. Select the category. To set the date to today. Create. And sure enough, it works. We even get the nice notification message here. We have the category, the task date, whether it's recurring or not. I would have probably displayed yes or no here or check mark or not, but I think this is okay for now. And we have the status, which I believe should be clickable, but I don't see the cursor. If we click, it says task updated successfully, but it is not changing. So that seems like a bug here. So if we refresh, we don't see that changing. So we'll figure that out. Let's do the delete. That works. Let's do create again. I'm not gonna set the task date because it is nullable, and that still works. There is no task date. Let's test the edit. We're going to edit this, set it to today, and let's mark it recurring, update. And yeah, now it shows as yes, and we have the date. So overall, I think it's not too bad. Let's see if we search for category 10, that works. If we search for category 2, that works. And then we can also search for the dates, the status. Let's search for complete status. And let's try to update and now search for complete. Yeah, so it's not updating the status, looks like. So let's take a look and we'll see why. So first we have the task controller. So let's review here. The index method, which lists the categories, runs the query to get the tasks of the user, and it preloads the category relationship or the category associated with each task. Now, this with category here we haven't covered yet, and we will come back to this in a bit, but this is essentially to avoid something called M+1. If we don't preload the category relationship and then you loop through the tasks, and for each task you access a category name or any of the category fields, it will run that query for each of those tasks to get the category associated with that task. But with this, it's only going to run one additional query ahead of time to fetch the categories associated with the tasks, and then when you access the category information within each task in the loop, it's not going to run additional query. So it is an optimization, and I'm glad that it did it, but we're gonna come back to this in just a bit. Then it is filtering by the completion status. So if the request has the status, that's what it's checking here. If it's filled, then it checks if it's completed. Then we do where not null completed. And if it's incomplete, we do where null completed at. Now, I would have done this slightly differently. So I would have done something like query when, and when allows you to pass a value, which is your Boolean value. So we could do something like when the request status is completed, then we pass the callback or closure and add this where not null in there. So we'll do something like query where not null completed at. And we would do the same thing for the other one. So we can actually chain here and do when request is incomplete, then do where null completed at, and get rid of these conditionals. In fact, we don't even need this technically here. It's kind of a micro optimization, then we don't even run this code if the status isn't filled. But I don't think we really need this because we're checking here if the status is completed, only then add this query. If it's incomplete, only add this to the query. So this technically is not needed. Then we can do the same thing for the rest, right? We can chain a bunch of when conditions here to build our query. That's what the query builder is for. So we can do when request category ID is filled, we can add the category ID check like this. And let's continue. We can do the same thing here. When the date from is set, we can add the where date filter, and the same thing for the date too. So we'll do when request filled date from, then we'll do this. And we'll do the same for date too. We can even chain this to this right here. So we can remove the latest from here just because I like it to be readable. So we can chain it like this, that we want to get the user tasks with the category, add the conditionals, and at the end we'll do the order. Once we have the query, then we can run the paginate on it to get the tasks. This makes it easier also to extract this logic into a separate service class or an action class or something like that that handles the task fetching for us. And I think this should be less than or equal to and not greater than. If the date from is given, we want to check that it's before the task date, and if the date to is given, we want to check that it's after the task date. So the task date has to fall in between the date from and date to if both of them are given. All right, let's continue. So we run the paginate, and then we get the user categories ordered by name. And this is needed to show the categories dropdown when we're doing the filters. So that's why we're getting all the categories here for the user. We're getting the resource collection and resolving it similar to how we did for the categories. We're getting the links in the similar way and passing the categories. So this one is pretty straightforward. Now let's continue. The create method also gets the categories and passes it down because there needs to be categories in the dropdown. Then the store method gets the validated data from the store task form request and creates the task using create method on the tasks. Then it redirects back to the index page of the tasks with the status task created successfully. So let's dig into the form request here. Authorize true, that's right. We have the title, description, category ID, the exists categories ID here. This essentially runs a query and makes sure that the category exists in the categories table with this ID. The task date needs to be date, and is recurring needs to be Boolean. All right, let's continue. So we have the edit method. The edit also gets the categories because it needs to be displayed in the dropdown and passes the task. Now, I do not like this because I would have preferred the task resource here instead of passing the task directly like this. And I think it's doing this because it's doing the same thing in the category controller, and we probably did not update that. Yeah, we did not update this to pass the category resource. So let's actually update that. It's not that hard. So we'll simply do task to resource and we'll resolve it. Then in the tasks edit, we have the similar template as the category edit. So we have the tasks update. We need to pass the task properly here. So task ID. And this ID is essentially the UUID because I assume if it got it right and did the same thing as the category resource, this should be the UUID. So let's open the task resource quick. And yeah, so the ID is the UUID. We have the title, description, category with its ID and name. The task date is recurring, completed at, created at, updated at. This is all good, but there is something new here. This one, it says when loaded category, do this. What this does is that it prevents, again, you getting into this n+1 problem where if you try to access the category on this resource, it's going to execute the queries. But this here says that only pass this down if the category has been preloaded or eager loaded. So if we don't eager load the categories, this will not be passed to this resource. And we'll test that out in a bit. So if we go back here, let's see what else we need to update. So we'll update this here to be this way, and same here to be this way. Let's see if we have anything else. The category ID. And yeah, this one, it's loading the list of categories and it's showing the list of categories in the dropdown. So we are accessing the category ID here. So we'll do it this way. We also have the task date, and the task date is already formatted here, so we don't need this. Let's get rid of that, and I think that should be it. And we'll do the same thing in the category controller. So in the edit method, we'll do to resource resolve. And let's edit the categories edit blade, and we'll do the same update here. So we'll do category ID. We'll do that here, and that's it. So let's go back to the browser and let's test it out to make sure it works. So we click the edit, and we're getting undefined array key category ID because it's passing the category as its own array and not a category ID. So the way we would have to fix this is by accessing the category and ID under it. So let's update the edit of the tasks, and we'll do task category ID. And I think that's going to fix it. Let's refresh the page. And we're getting undefined array key category. And that's because of that when loaded method right here. We're not eager loading the category when the task is being loaded. So if we get rid of this, this is going to work. If we go here and refresh, now we get another error is recurring. Let's fix that. I think we missed that one. It's right here. Let's go back, refresh, and now it works. But what if you have a resource like this, where you're trying to only load the category if it has been eager loaded? Because if we just pass the category ID, that's fine, but what if you also want to access the category name on the task without running additional queries for each task category? The way we can fix that here is that task is being injected by Laravel through the route model bindings. So we're not running the query ourselves to add like with category. We can fix that by telling Laravel to eager load the associated relationship with task. So we'll call the load and pass the relation name. And in this case, that's category. So what's going to happen is that now it's going to run two queries ahead of time, one for task and one for category, and it will become available on the resources. And therefore, this when loaded will now detect that category has been loaded, so we should be able to pass that without issues. This is not that useful in this specific method because it anyways runs two queries with or without it. But if you were running tasks in a loop in front end somewhere and accessing the category on that resource, that's when it would become a problem. Now, if we go back to the browser and refresh, we see that it still works. Now, notice that the category is not selected here. Let's set to category 20 and update task. We see that it says it's category 20, but when we click edit, it's not selected. The reason for that is because we're comparing the UUID to the integer ID, because this category that is being passed here is the raw categories list. Since in here within the edit method, we're passing the categories as a raw list. So we should do the same thing here. We'll do the to resource collection and pass the resolved list. So that way we're also passing only the data that we need for the categories. In this case, actually, we technically only need the ID and name of the category, so passing the resource isn't even needed. What I typically like to do in these cases is create additional resources, or to keep it simple, instead of creating another resource, since we only need two items, the ID and the name, we could call something like pluck, which will only select the column that we need, like name, and we can also pass as the second argument the key that we want the array to be keyed by, and then call toArray here because this will return a collection. And now we are passing an array with just a key value pair where the keys are the IDs and the values are the names. The only thing is I'm going to change the ID to UUID because we don't want to use the IDs. Now the categories contain the UUID as the array key and the name of the category as the value. And that's more than enough for what we need in this situation because we only need to display it in the dropdown. Now we should do the same thing for other places as well, like here and here. We will likely refactor this later, so I'm going to leave it like that. But as you can see, we're duplicating this code 3 times, so it does make sense to refactor it and extract it into something else. But for now, we'll leave it like this and we'll do the cleanup later on. So now in the edit method, we're going to do something like this. So we have the category ID and the category name. So instead of accessing the ID this way, we'll do it this way and here, and we'll access the name this way. Now this should work. So if we go back here, refresh, we see that the category 20 is selected. All right, let's fix up the other area as well, because now if we go back here, this is going to fail because we are looping through the categories on the task index page as well. Let's open the tasks index file. And here we have a similar setup as the categories. If there are no tasks, we show this button. Actually, we should probably update this because it should be the other way around. If we have the tasks, we want to show the new task button on the top header. And the same should apply to the categories. Did we make a mistake on the category? Yeah, it should be this way. So we want to show the new category button if we have the categories. If we don't have the categories, then we show the button only at the table somewhere here, right here. So if we don't have the categories, then we show create your first category, and we don't show this one. But if we do have categories, we will show the table and still a way to create a new category. And the same applies to tasks. Since CRUD just replicated what we did for the category, it also replicated that bug. Next, it checks the session. If the success is set, it shows the success message here. Then we have the filters, which make the GET request to the same route, passing in the filters. So we have the status, and we have the category filter here. So we're looping through the categories and we're displaying it the same way. So we have the category ID and category name. So we'll change this here and we'll change this here. And as you notice, this dropdown probably can be extracted to its own component, right? Because we are essentially replicating this in 3 places. And like I said, we'll do the cleanup later on. For now, we should focus on getting things working. The next thing is we want to update this one here. And I think that's good enough. Let's scroll down. We have the tasks table. So if we have the tasks, we show the status, title, category, task date, and whether or not it's recurring. And we have this action button here. So if the task is completed, it is showing this SVG. And if it's not completed, it's showing this SVG. And I assume this is the circle and this is some kind of check mark. Then if the task is completed, show line through on the title, indicating the task is done, and show the description. If we have the description, show only the first 50 characters. Now, if the description is too long, maybe we shouldn't even pass the full description to the view. Because what's the point of limiting it here if we're not using the full description anywhere else in this view? The thing is, our descriptions are not going to be that long. I think we're limiting it in the store task request. So let's see what we have. The description, yeah, we're not limiting it, but let's limit it to 255 characters. I don't think we should need more than that for the description. That way, we don't have some large descriptions. If your application's design warrants to have larger descriptions, then you would have to limit it at either the resource level or the controller level or in the view like we're doing it here. All right, so then we have the category name and we're displaying the task date, whether or not it's recurring. And yeah, I would show probably else here. If it's not, then maybe show something similar, but no. And maybe don't have the colors at all. Let's do that and remove that. Let's see what it shows. Let's go back. Let's update this to not be recurring. And we're getting selected category ID is invalid. That's actually expected because in the store task request, and in the update task request, we are checking if the category exists by the integer ID. So we should do this by the UUID because the ID that's being passed here is the UUID and not the ID. So we'll do the same thing for the update task request and do it this way. Now let's close this out and let's try it again. Update. And now we're getting data truncated for the column category ID at row 1 because we're trying to update the category ID on the tasks, and the category ID is the integer ID, that's the internal reference or the foreign key. So we need to adjust that as well. So if we go back to the task controller, on the update method, we are getting update task request. So we get the category ID. And what we need to do in this case is that we need to adjust the list that we're passing here. One option is that we can get the category using the UUID that we get and associate the task that way. So we could do something like category where UUID request category ID, and we'll get the value ID. Then we can set this to the valid data variable and update the category ID this way. Let's pass the valid data, and that should fix it. If we go back, refresh, resubmit, we see that it works. Now, as you might notice, we're running two queries here. We're getting the category here, and we're also getting the category here. Well, we're not exactly getting it, but we're running the exists query to see if the given category exists in this table. What I like to do in these kind of situations is that I'm actually not a big fan of having exists in the validation rules, just because I don't like to mix the queries and database with the validation rules, like is the string 255 characters, or is this a boolean, or things like that. So I would typically remove this from here completely, and within our task controller, we would validate it. So if this returns null, we know that the category doesn't exist. So we can do something like this. If no category ID, then we can throw the validation exception so that we have the same validation message. So we can do something like throw validation exception with messages and pass the category ID message. And the message can be given category ID does not exist. Now, another thing here is that what if somebody passes the category ID of another user? Would this work? And the answer is yes, because we're not checking if the category belongs to the user. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like to do those kind of checks here and rely that, hey, category exists and we're all good. Because let me show you what happens here. Let's go to the database. So I'm going to open the categories. We have some categories for another user. So let's say this 202 for category 1. Let's close that out. And let's go back to the browser and let's inspect element, because we don't see the category 1 here, right? We start from 2. But if we inspect element and we modify the value of the selected category, and I copied the integer ID, let me copy the UUID. So this one, go back, update. If we update this, this is going to work. So let's update, and it works. Now our task is set to category 1, but this is not our category. If we click edit, we see that it's not even showing up in this dropdown. And this is a security problem, right? We do have the task policy. We are making sure that we are updating only the task that belongs to us, because we have that task policy that was created. We have this manage method, and it checks that the task belongs to this user. And we're applying that in our web routes file. So if we scroll down here, we have the middleware for can manage task and can manage task for the toggle completion. But we're not doing the category policy check. So this is where you would check if the category actually belongs to the user. There are two ways we can do that. One is we get the category model without the ID. We just select the model and we run if the user can manage this category. If not, we do 403. Another option is we can add another where condition here where the user ID should be the currently logged in user's ID. If not, we again throw the validation exception that the given category ID doesn't exist. And it depends which way you want to go. If we do the 403 option with the proper policy check, that kind of exposes the information that this category exists, you just don't have access to it. Where if we add the where condition here, and we do user ID is the currently logged in user ID, and throw the validation exception. That doesn't give up too much information. We just say that, hey, this category for you doesn't exist. So there are multiple ways you can do this. The way that I prefer is that since I already have the policy, I'd rather use the policy because that encapsulates the authorization logic and I don't have to replicate that in individual queries. Now, there are cases where it's good to have it in the query as well directly, but in this case, we can just do something like get this model here. So we'll do category equals this, and we'll call the method first to get the record, the model based on this condition. So find the model, the category model where the UUID is this category ID and return that model to us. Then we can check if the user has access to this category. So we can do something like request user cannot manage the category, throw the same validation exception as here. We can also simply just do if no category is found or the user doesn't have access to this category, throw this message. That way we're not disclosing too much information, and if the category really doesn't exist, we still display the same error message. Then in here, we can easily update this to just be category ID. We can get rid of this, and this should work. Now, we can even take it further so we don't update the valid data here and pass it here. We can do something like task fill and fill the task model with the valid data. Don't save it yet. This is going to essentially update the properties with values. It's going to fill the properties with values, but not persist to the database. And we can get rid of it from here. Let's get rid of this line as well. And then we can do something like task category and associate it properly to this category model, and then simply call task save. Now, this should work as expected. If we go back to the browser, we try to select category 10, which is a valid category. We click update, we see that it works. If we go back, let's set it to no category, and this is going to fail because now we're not allowing it to have tasks without category. And we can easily fix that as well. So we can take this and simply do if the request has the category given, then we're going to do this and we're going to associate it right here. If we go back and try to update the task again, we see that it now works. If we try to edit this task again, we're trying to access array offset on null. That is because we're trying to access the category on a task that it doesn't exist on. It's null. So in our task resource, this essentially is null because category is not set. So the easy fix to this is simply doing this. Let's go back, and now we see that it still works. Now let's test the invalid access. So let's open this up, copy this, go back, let's set it to say category 10, and let's update the category 10 ID to something else, which we don't have access to. And if we try to update this task, we get the given category ID does not exist. Great, let's make sure that everything else works by us updating it. So let's update this to say Saturday, not recurring, and set the category to 13. Update, and we're getting data truncated for column category ID at row 1. Let's go back. And the problem here is that we are setting the category ID here, but then we are overwriting it from the valid data category ID because this category ID is the UUID. The one option here is to simply unset the valid data category ID, and this is going to work. That way we're removing the category ID from there. Another option was to just update the valid data category ID. Or you don't use the fill to pass the data directly and you just set the properties that you need yourself. There are multiple ways of doing it. I don't really have like a strong opinion on which one is the right way to do it. I personally would probably extract some of this logic outside of the controller into some sort of service or an action class, but that's beyond the scope for this project for now. We will do the final cleanup before deploying this to production. Let's go back. refresh and resubmit. And sure enough, it worked. The title description was updated, the category was updated, and date was updated. The only thing that it didn't work is the recurring. It didn't seem that it was updated. So if we go to the edit blade, we have the recurring checkbox, and the checkbox value only gets passed if it's set. That's because when HTML form is submitted, the unchecked checkboxes are not typically included in the post data that is sent to the server. One way to fix this is to add a hidden checkbox with a value of 0, but I don't really like to do that. Instead, we can simply check if the checkbox value is not part of the request body, just save it as 0. So we can do something like valid data is recurring equals to request boolean is recurring, and the default value is false. So if the is recurring is not passed, we will set it to false. So if we go here and try to uncheck it and update now, we see that it works. Now let's see what's up with the task date, because I think that's not working either. So if we set this to 8, that works. If we go back, it's not being set. So why is that? Let's go back in the task resource. The task date is already formatted to this date, but in our edit, we just set the value to this. Let's dump what the value is for this task date. So we'll do dump task date. And as you can see, this is the format that we get, but when we set this as the value to this, it is not being set because we're using HTML's date picker. There are two ways we can fix this. One is that we don't dictate the format from the resource, and we let the front end figure out what the format should be. And sometimes that's fine. Sometimes you want to dictate the format from the resource, depending on how you want to handle it. Another way is that if we want to dictate the format for this for display purposes, but for this specific case, we want the value to be in certain format, we can just convert it to that format. So let's do date YMD, the standard date format, and do string to time on this task date. Now, if we go back, we see that it's properly selected. Now, let's see what happens if we clear this and update, and then we go back. We see that now the null is setting it to 1970 because of this string to time. Another option is we can pass the carbon instance. So we can remove this entirely, and in our blade, we can do something like this. So optionally, we can call toDate string, and if we go back and refresh, we see that now it works properly. Now let's update it to today, update task, go back, and we see that now it works. Now we do have to adjust it here as well because now we're getting the carbon instance and we need to format it properly. So on the index, we need to format as this. Let's go back and we see that it works. Now, looking at our date fields, you might notice a bit of inconsistency. For completed at, created at, and updated at date times, we are manually formatting them to a human readable string. But for task date, we're now just passing that as a raw carbon object. If we were using an API or a front-end framework like React or Vue, and we were using JSON responses, Laravel would see that carbon instance and automatically convert it to a standard ISO date format. So leaving it without explicit format conversions in API resources is technically the standard way. However, when we format strings manually, like we're doing for created at, updated at, and completed at date times, we are essentially introducing some trade-offs. We're hard-coding the time zone because a user in New York and a user in Tokyo will essentially see the exact same date string or the date time string rather than their local time. For this project, for now, that's an acceptable trade-off. And we're also hard-coding the format to be month, day, and year. And that's not the right format for most countries. Other countries follow day, month, year format. So we are essentially coupling that formatting in the API resource and are dictating that all the views and front end will follow this format. Again, it depends on your application and your needs. This might be an acceptable trade-off because you might be serving only the customers in the US, for example, and this format is fine. But if you need to convert to user time zones and also adjust the formatting to the user location, then this trade-off is going to become painful to manage and maintain. Also, mixing these approaches where some dates are formatted in one way and some dates are formatted another way is kind of not ideal because it's inconsistent. And we're going to clean this up later on, so don't worry about it. We might strictly return standard ISO date formats everywhere and let the front end handle all the formatting, or we might even use a dedicated date resource to standardize the output. But for now, this approach solves our immediate problem, and later, when we do the final cleanup of the code base, we'll also clean this part up. Now let's try to fix this one here. So when we click on this, it is not updating the status. So let's see what gets passed. So in our task controller, we have the toggle completion. If the task was completed, we mark it as incomplete. Otherwise, we mark it to current time. Now let's check the task model, and we see that the completed at is not part of the fillable list, and therefore it gets kind of ignored. So that's why it's not being updated. We have the description, category ID, is recurring, task date, and title, which are most of these fields, but completed at is not part of fillable, and therefore this update doesn't work. Instead, what we should do is we should just update it this way. Completed at equals to this, and then call task save. Now this should work. So if we go back and click, we see that it works. Let's refresh, click, and it works. Maybe we don't need the task status updated message. I think just marking it like this should be enough. So let's get rid of that message. I don't think we need this message here. Let's go back, refresh, and it works. Now let's create another task, and we need to fix this part as well because we are looping through the categories on the create task page. So let's open create blade for the tasks. We need to update this to category ID and category name, and this will be replaced to this will be replaced to this, and this to this, and that should be good enough. Let's go back, and that works. Let's do another test category 20. Maybe this one will be for the Sunday, and let's not have it recurring. We click create, and we again get the data truncated for the category ID. That's because, again, we're doing the same thing in the store method that we were doing in the update method. And we made this update to the update, and we need to do the same on the store. And like I said, it's a perfect opportunity to extract this into a separate class in the method, but we'll do the cleanup later on. So let's move this here like this. So if the request category ID is given, we get the category, we check if the category exists and if the user can manage the category. And if yes, in this case, we don't have the task yet because the task gets created through this. So instead, we're going to avoid doing this and just simply do category ID equals category ID. And we don't need to do anything for the is recurring because if it's not set, it will not be passed. And if it's set, it will be passed. So let's get rid of that, and that should fix it. Now, if we go back here and refresh resubmit, we see that it works. Now let's make sure that the filters work. So we'll filter by the incomplete, that works, completed, that also works. Let's filter by category 13, and we don't get anything, and that's again because we are checking by the primary key ID and not the UUID. So again, when we're doing the filter on the category, we need to make sure that the user actually has access to that category. So we'll do the same check as we were doing here. So let's copy that, put it here. So if the request category is given, we check if the category exists. If it does, then we'll do this way. And let's set this to null by default. This way we can add the where condition only if the category is set. Let's go back, refresh, and sure enough, now it works. Now if we try to filter by a category that doesn't belong to us, we should get an error. So let's go here, let's try to copy this UUID. Let's update the category ID to something else, like this. Hit enter, and we're redirected back with proper error, but we're not displaying the errors here because we don't have that in the front end. So if we go back and go to the index for the tasks, where we have the filters for category, we're not displaying any errors here. We could either display it or we could just not throw any exception and just return empty data. It is up to you how you want to treat that. I probably would add that error message. So we can copy that from the create or update. So we can just take this and put it in here. Now, if we go back and try to update the ID to something that doesn't belong to us, we see that now we get the error. Let's try the date filter. So this is for November 7. Let's see, we do November 6. This should still return this data because it's after this date. But if we do from November 8, now we should get 0. Now let's do November 6 and November 7, and that works. But if we do only for November 6, now it returns empty, and we can clear it out. So our filters work as well. So we have the new task that works, we have the edit that works, and need to remove this dump from the edit blade. So let's go back here and remove this. Let's update this to something, and that works. And the delete also works. We checked that the toggle also works, edit works, delete works, and the new category works. We have the form request, which also has this exists categories UUID, but we decided that we wanted to remove that. We removed it from the update request, but let's remove it from the task creation as well. And I think we want to add the same constraint here as well to make it so that descriptions cannot be longer than 255 characters. All right, I think that's it. I think I did want to cover this part, the when loaded, and we kind of went through some rabbit holes and fixing errors and all that. What I wanted to show is that what happens when you don't use when loaded and you try to access it. So on the task controller, we're resolving the resource collection and we're passing it, right? So let's clean out our logs. And let me close most of these things from here. Now let's see what happens first when we load this page with when loaded method. So let's refresh. Let's go back, open the logs. We have 2 queries for tasks and we have 2 queries for categories. So let's try to trace it and see why. So when we visit this page, we first try to get the category this way, right? So that's one query. That's this one right here. Then we get all the categories here, which does execute another query, and that's this. So these 2 category queries are expected. Then we have the tasks query and the total tasks query. And this is expected for the pagination, and this is expected because we're getting the tasks. So we're executing 4 queries, and in this case, that makes sense. There is nothing extra. Now let's remove the when loaded, and let's remove the with here. Let's also make these optional because we may have tasks that don't have categories and this would fail otherwise since we're not using the when loaded method. Now let's go back, refresh, page still loads. Let's go to check the logs and nothing crazy, right? We still have the 2 tasks queries and 2 categories queries. Now let's add a few more tasks. So I'm gonna do task 3. Let's create with category 26. Let's add another one, T4, and let's even update this one to T7 and category 44. So now we have 4 tasks with 4 different categories. Let's go back, let's clear the logs, let's refresh the page, come back, open the logs, and as you can see, now we have a lot more queries. We have 4 additional categories queries because we're loading 4 categories and we're not using eager loading. Now, if we go back here and we do with, now let's see how many queries it's going to execute. So let's go back, refresh the page, come back, open the logs, and as you can see now, we don't see that many queries. We only see one query, and it says select all from categories where the ID is in all of these categories. And these are categories that are associated with the tasks. So that's what eager loading essentially is. And in the task resource, to make sure that we are avoiding the potential n+1 queries, we use that when loaded category, because if the category is loaded, only then we want to access the ID and name. Otherwise, we can just have the category be null. Now, if we remove the eager loading from here and refresh the page, we see that categories don't load. All right, before we move on to a new topic, I want to fix a bug that was introduced in our task controllers update method. So we are updating the isRecurring here, but we accidentally added this within the if conditional of category ID. So it only does this if the category ID is given, and we don't want to do that. We want to be able to do this regardless. So we need to put it in here. Speaking of is recurring and the recurring tasks in general, I think it's time that we talk about how do we actually make our tasks recurring so that we can automatically create new instances of our recurring tasks on some sort of schedule, whether it's daily or weekly or whatever schedule we decide. This is where Laravel's command system and task scheduler come into play. They are incredibly powerful features that allow us to create commands and run them on schedule. We've actually been using artisan commands throughout this entire project. Every time we run commands like php artisan make model or php artisan migrate, those are artisan commands. We've been using the artisan, which is Laravel's command line interface. But Artisan isn't just for Laravel's built-in commands. We can create our own custom commands to perform any task that we need. Think of Artisan commands as little programs that live inside your Laravel application. They're perfect for running scheduled tasks, like generating the recurring tasks. They're perfect for performing maintenance operations, like clearing expired tokens, for example. They're good for seeding or manipulating data, generating reports, running cleanup operations, and really anything else you need to do programmatically. Now, before we dive into creating our command, I want to pause and talk about something important. If you remember back to our initial planning phase and our database diagram, we added a simple isRecurring Boolean flag to the tasks table. That's what this column essentially is. We have this column on the tasks table, on the task model. At the time when we did the planning, this seemed perfectly reasonable because we wanted to keep things simple, mark a task as recurring, and then let the system automatically create new instances of it each day. And you know what? That's actually a fine approach for a prototype or MVP. And probably would have been fine if we actually kept that requirement that the recurring task has to be on daily basis. Like we want this task to be created every single day. But reality of software development is that requirements often change. Users start asking questions like, can I make this task repeat only on weekdays? Or can I set a task to recur every Monday and Wednesday? Suddenly, our simple Boolean flag doesn't cut it anymore. And this is the perfect teaching moment because this happens all the time in real world development. You start with a simple design, ship it, and then you realize you need more flexibility. The key is recognizing when to refactor before the simple approach becomes a maintenance nightmare. So let's talk about what's wrong with this isRecurring flag. When we mark a task isRecurring true, we are essentially using that task record as a template. Then our command would need to find all the tasks where isRecurring is set to true and then clone them to create new instances for the day. But think about what that means for our data model. Problem one is mixed semantics. We have template tasks mixed with actual task instances in the same table. What does it mean when a recurring task is marked as completed? Are we completing the template or are we completing the task? It doesn't really make sense, right? The template should always exist to generate future tasks, and having a completed template in the UI kinda doesn't feel right. The problem number two is no relationship tracking. When we create a task from recurring template, there is no way to know which task came from which template. If a user wants to see all the instances of a review emails recurring task, for example, from past week, we can't easily do that. We would have to match by the title, which also doesn't feel right and is not reliable. Problem number three is limited flexibility. How do we add frequency options? Where do we store only on weekdays or every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? Do we add more Boolean flags like is weekday only, is Monday, is Tuesday, and etc.? That quickly becomes messy and inflexible. And problem number four is reporting and UI challenges. Imagine you want to have a page that shows the recurring task templates where users can manage their recurring tasks. With the current design, you would have to filter for is recurring equals to true, but that query would return actual tasks that happen to be templates as well. A better solution is to separate the concerns. We should have the tasks table that stores the actual task instances, including both one-off tasks and tasks generated from the recurring templates, and we should introduce a new table called recurring tasks. This table will store the recurring task templates, and the records stored in this table are not actual tasks. They are kind of blueprints for tasks that should be created from it. And then we should have a relationship between them. Each task can optionally belong to a recurring task template via recurring task ID foreign key. So let's create the model and the migration. So we're going to do PHP artisan make model recurring task, and let's create the migration with it. Let's open the recurring tasks table. We're gonna have the ID. We're also going to have the UUID. So we'll add UUID, UUID. We'll make this unique. And we actually don't need this name here because it's the default. Then we're gonna connect this to the users table using the foreign ID. So we'll do table, foreign ID, user ID, constrained users, and we'll do table, foreign ID, category ID, which will be nullable, also constrained. Then we have the title and description. So we have title, description, and the description can be nullable. Now let's add the frequency related columns. So we'll have the string frequency, and then we'll have a JSON column for frequency config. And this can be nullable because some of the frequencies don't need any configuration. Then we have the dates, the start and end dates. So we'll do table, date, start date. This will be nullable. And same for the end date. We have timestamps and we need to add the soft deletes. Now you might be asking, why do we need to add soft deletes to the recurring tasks? Let's think about it. A user creates a recurring task that runs for 6 months, generating 180 task instances as an example. Then they go ahead and delete the recurring task template. If we permanently delete it, we lose the relationship. We can't find out what the recurring task was that these tasks were created from because the recurring task template no longer exists. Soft deletes kind of preserves that historical context while hiding the template from the active queries when the deleted at column is combined with the soft deletes trait on the model to enable the actual soft deletes feature. All right, so this migration creates the recurring tasks table, and we also need another migration to update the tasks table and add the relationship to the recurring tasks table. So we'll do PHP artisan make migration, add recurring task ID to tasks table. Let's open that up. And in here, we're going to simply do table foreign ID, recurring task ID, nullable should be after the category ID, and it should be constrained. At the same time, we should also get rid of the is recurring column because we don't need it. So we'll drop column is recurring. And let's update the models. So let's close these out and we'll open the task model first, and we'll get rid of the is recurring and replace it with the recurring task ID. We also need to add that relationship here. So we'll do recurring task, and create the relationship in here. So we'll duplicate that, we'll do recurring task, and we'll use belongs to relationship. Then let's open the recurring task model and let's fill that in. Let's add the has UUIDs trait. We also want to add the soft deletes trait. Let's add the fillable property. We will have user ID, category ID, title, description, frequency config, start date, and end date. Let's add the casts method. We will convert the frequency config to array. We'll convert the start date to date and end date to date. Let's also set up the relationships. So we need the user, category, and tasks relationship. Let's actually copy the user and category from here and put it here. And we'll add the tasks relationship. We can copy that from the category. So let's copy that and put it here. Now let's run the migrations. And I have a typo here, should be migrate. It was successful. Let's now generate the PHP doc for this model. Hit enter, yes, and that seems to have worked. Let's import that, import these, and let's format it. All right, so now let's see what happens when you use the soft deletes trait. So when we add the soft deletes trait, Laravel automatically applies something called a global scope to all queries on that model. This scope adds the where deleted at is null condition to every query, hiding soft deleted records. So if we inspect that and scroll down, we see that the apply method does where null get qualified deleted at column. So when you do things like recurring task all or recurring task where, and then build out your query and then simply call get, this global scope is going to be applied behind the scenes and added as another where condition. If you want to include the soft deleted records in your queries, then you could use with trashed method and get the results. On the other hand, you could use a method called only trashed, and this is going to return only those records that were soft deleted. All right, so let's close these out and let's create the command that is going to be responsible for generating our recurring tasks. So let's open the terminal and we'll run php artisan make command generate recurring tasks. As you can see, the new file was created under app console commands directory. So let's close that up, close these out, and open the console commands. So the command extends some sort of base console command class. We have two properties, signature and description. Signature property defines how we'll call this command from the terminal. Laravel automatically generated app generate recurring tasks for us, which means we'd run this command with php artisan app generate recurring tasks. Notice the prefix app here. That's essentially a namespace. This follows a nice convention where we are grouping our application specific commands with app namespace. Now you could group these by different namespaces. Maybe we want to have multiple tasks related commands, and then you could group them by tasks namespace, or you could just do app tasks and do generate recurring. It is really up to you how you want to name it. Now, the signature can do more than just name the command. We can also use it to define arguments and options. Let's say we wanted to add a date argument to our command so that we could generate recurring tasks for a specific date. We could define it like this. We could simply enclose the parameter in curly braces, and if we want to make this optional, we add question mark. We could also provide the default value. So we could simply do something like that. Or we could also add the description for better help output within each argument. So we could do colon and then provide the description. Now, in addition to arguments, we can also define options, and the options use double dash syntax. So let's clean this up a bit and let's hit enter one more time, and we'll do dash dash force, and we'll add the description force generation even if tasks for the day already exist. Let's add another option here, maybe dash dash user, and we want to expect some sort of value for this option, so we can add equal sign and add some description. So only generate for a specific user ID. So here dash dash force, it's kind of the boolean option. It's either present or not, and the user option expects a value. For our purposes, let's keep it simple for now and get rid of the options and arguments because we don't really need any options or arguments for this command. We simply want to generate the recurring tasks based on the configuration that we have saved in the database. Then the description property is pretty straightforward. It's the description of the command. It's what you see when you run PHP artisan list or PHP artisan help commands. So let's change this to something like generate recurring tasks. All right, and then we have this handle method. This is where the magic essentially happens. The handle method is what gets executed when someone runs the command. It's like the controller action for console commands. So first, we need to determine which date we're generating the tasks for, defaulted to maybe today. Step 2, find all recurring task templates that are within their date range and are not marked as soft deleted. Step 3, for each recurring template, check if we should generate a task for this date based on frequency rules. Step 4, verify we haven't already generated this task to prevent duplicates. Step 5, create the task instance. Step 6, check if any recurring tasks have passed their end date and soft delete them. This way, after creating the task, we can also check if any recurring tasks have passed their end date and soft delete them. And finally, step 7, output feedback so we know what happened. All right, so let's fill this in one by one. So first, we need to determine the target date, or which date that we're generating the tasks for. Essentially, this is the today, right? Unless you're taking that as an argument from the command, or maybe calculating it in some other way. For us, the target date is today. And I'm using the today helper function that returns the carbon instance. If you were taking this date from an argument, you could access that by using this argument method and specify the key of your argument. So in that case, that would be date. If you had an option that you wanted to access, you would use the option and specify the key. All right, so let's move on to the second step. Here we need to find all the recurring task templates that are within the date ranges and are not marked as soft deleted. Thankfully, this part is taken care of for us by Laravel behind the scenes through that soft deletes trait that adds the global scope. So we just need to handle the within date range filter. So we'll do recurring tasks equal recurring task. And I know that I've been using where directly here, but I personally don't like to do that. I personally prefer the query option and then chain the where and other methods on it. All right, so let's do where, and we can do where start date is less than or equal to target date, and the end date needs to be greater than or equal to target date. So we'll do where end date greater than or equal to target date. Now this is good, but this does not account for cases where start date is null or the end date is null. Because if the start date is null, then that kind of qualifies for this condition. And if end date is null, that also qualifies for this condition because then we don't really have an end date. So we need to do something like or where null start date, and then here or where null end date. And then we can call the get method on it. Now this has a bug in here, and that has to do with the or where statements in here. Let's do die and dump here to dump the SQL query that gets generated from this, just so that we can review what that is. Let's open the terminal, let's run our command. So it is php artisan app generate recurring tasks. We have the query, let's scroll up, and the query is select all from recurring tasks where start date is less than or equal to whatever date is passed, or start date is null and end date is greater than or equal to, or end date is null. And you see the problem here, right? It's the operator precedence. We're doing or without the parentheses, and therefore is going to cause unexpected results. We need to put this in parentheses, and we need to put this in parentheses as well. The way we can do that in Laravel is that almost all of these methods accept closure as an argument instead of the regular string like this. That way you can build that specific part of the query yourself. So we could do something like where and pass the closure, which gets the query builder instance as its argument. And here we can build our query. This doesn't really need to return anything. We can just simply do query where start date is less than or equal to target date, and then do or where null right here. In fact, I want to swap this out. So I want to do where null start date and then do or where start date is less than or equal to target date. Now we need to add the use here to pass the target, or we can just change this to be an arrow function. So we'll do fn this way and get rid of these, and that should be good enough. Now let's run the command again to see what the query looks like now. So we have where, and as you can see now this part is placed in the parentheses, which is great. Now let's do the same for this. So we'll duplicate that, we'll change this to end date, and we'll change this to end date and greater than or equal to. Let's get rid of this. Let's run it again. Check, and we have this in the parentheses and this in the parentheses. And as you can see, the deleted at is null is added automatically. All right, so let's close this out. Let's get rid of that. And let's add a if conditional here on what to do if the recurring tasks are empty. So we'll do if recurring tasks is empty, we can output something to the console, and commands have several helper methods for displaying output. We can do this info no active recurring tasks found. and do return. Now, when we return nothing, the exit code for this command will be 0, which is indicating that it's successful. That's because if nothing is returned from the handle method and the command executes successfully, the exit code will be 0. But you can also return an integer here to manually specify the command's exit code. So you can either return 0 for success or 1 for some failure or something went wrong. We can also access a constant on the command. So we'll do self success or failure. Now, before the next step, I want to output something in the console. So we'll do this info processing recurring tasks count recurring task templates. So that way we know how many recurring tasks we are about to create. Then let's create some variables here. So we'll do created equals 0 and skipped equals 0 in case we want to skip some of the tasks. Then let's loop over each recurring task. So we'll do for each recurring tasks as recurring task. We're going to move this check here because this is just a loop, and as part of step 3 we need to check if this task is actually due to be created for the target date. So maybe we'll create some kind of method that does that check. So let's do if this is recurring task due and pass the recurring task as well as the target date. And if the recurring task is due, then we'll generate, but if it's not due, then we'll simply skip it. So let's increment the skipped here and let's continue. The step 4 is to verify if we haven't already generated this task to prevent duplicates. So let's move it here and let's check if we already generated this task or not. We can do that by running a query on the tasks table. So we can do something like task query where, let's import that. And since we have access to the recurring task ID relationship, we can check if we have a task based on this recurring task for the target date already. And if yes, then we can skip it. So we'll do where recurring task ID is equal to recurring task. And if we don't pass the ID here, this is going to figure it out on its own. But I don't need to have the framework do that work for me. I can just specify it because I have the access to the ID column, so why not? Then let's add the where condition to check the task date to see if the task date is equal to the target date. Now we can do that via using the where method, or we can use where date method and simply do task date equals to target date. And if we only pass the 2 arguments here and not pass the operator, Laravel will automatically assume that you're trying to compare them using equals. So then, once we do this, we can either get the first record and check if it's null or not, or we can simply do exists. So we don't actually need to get the model record. So let's assign this to a variable called exists, and if exists, then we'll simply skip it and continue. All right, let's move on to step 5. The step 5 is to actually create the task instance. We can do that by using the create method on the task model or just instantiating the task and then setting the properties one by one. Let's do it this way since we have the fillable. So we'll do create and pass the list of columns that we want to set. So we have the user ID is going to be the user from the recurring task. We have the category ID is going to be the category from the recurring task. Same goes for the title and description. So title is the recurring task title, and same for description. And we also have the recurring task ID is going to be set to this recurring task. Then we have the task date is going to be the target date. And I think that's it. Now, I think the user ID and the recurring task ID are not part of the fillable property. That's why we're not able to fill them in. So let's do user ID and recurring task ID. Let's get rid of the is recurring from here because we removed this column. Let's get rid of it from here as well. And let's close this out. Once we create the instance, let's increment the created counter. And that's pretty much it. Now this loop is going to create recurring tasks for us. We need to implement this method, but let's do that in a bit. Let's continue here for step 6 and 7. Now for step 6, we want to check after the loop if any of the recurring tasks have passed their end date, and if they did, we need to soft delete them. So let's do recurring task query where not null end date and where end date is less than target date. So we only care about the tasks whose end date is less than the target date, which means that target date, which is the current date, is already past the end date. That means we shouldn't be generating any more recurring tasks. We can soft delete them by using the delete method. If you wanted to delete them completely, you would use force delete. But in our case, we want to soft delete it, which is just the delete method. Now the delete method on the builder instance returns the number of affected rows. So we can actually assign this to a variable called expired, and then we can print that out in step 7 to indicate what happened with this command. So now let's do step 7 here. Let's add info, and we'll do created this many recurring tasks. We'll do if skipped is greater than 0. Let's do some warning. So we'll do this warn skipped this many recurring tasks. If we have some expired recurring tasks, we'll output info that this many recurring tasks were archived. So we'll say archived this many expired recurring tasks. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's maybe add a new line here and return self success. Now let's implement this method here. So we'll add this method. We need to check if the recurring task is due. So we're passing the recurring task, which is the recurring task model, and this should be carbon instance. Now remember, we have the frequency and the frequency configuration columns. So we want to check if the frequency is daily, then just return true. If it's weekdays, return true if it's a weekday, or false otherwise. If it's weekly, check the weekly schedule, and if it's monthly, check monthly schedule. Now, the way we can check for daily, weekdays, weekly, and monthly is that we can use a match expression. So we can do something like return match and pass the frequency here. So recurring task frequency. And then we can just match it here. If it's daily, return true. If it's weekdays, then check if the date is a weekday. And the Carbon actually has a method that does that. So we can do target date is weekend or is weekday. So if it's a weekday, we'll return true. Then for weekly, maybe we'll create another method here that handles the weekly schedule check. So we'll do this is weekly recurring task due and pass the recurring task and the target date to it. And we'll do the same thing for monthly, but call it is monthly recurring task due. So we'll do monthly. This is monthly recurring task due, pass the recurring task and target date. And default will be false. And I think this looks pretty good. We can create these two methods that handle these two cases. And in future, if we have more frequencies, we can just add these cases here. Now, there are better ways of handling this, of course. You could have interfaces or classes and things like that to make it more robust, but we don't need to over-engineer it for this simple use case. Now, I do want to create the enum class for these. So let's add the enum. We're going to add the enums directory, and within here, we'll create task frequency. Let's make this an enum, and this will be the backed enum of string. Then let's have the case daily equals daily, weekly, monthly, and we also have weekdays equals weekdays. Now, technically, we don't need weekdays. If we have weekly and we're gonna show checkboxes that show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, maybe the user could just select the Monday through Friday and skip the Saturday, Sunday, and that's the same as weekdays. But this is just a shortcut and to demonstrate that you can have more options. So now that we have the enum here, Laravel actually supports casting to enums out of the box. So in our recurring task model, we can cast the frequency to the task frequency enum. And Laravel will automatically return the proper enum instead of the string when we try to access the frequency property. So let's replace that here. And now in here, instead of checking these, we simply check for task frequency daily, weekdays, weekly, and monthly. Now let's create these two methods. Now in here, we're going to access the recurring task frequency config, and this is going to be returned as an array. And we can access the days element in that array. So we can do something like if the config is null or the days property is not set in it, then we can return false. Otherwise, we can assume that the days includes the numerical or string days of the week, like 1 through 7 maybe, or 0 through 6, or just Monday through Sunday. Let's assume that it's going to be string based, so we can simply do something like return in array string to lower target date, and Carbon has a way to get the English representation of the day of the week called English day of week. And here we're just making sure that it's lowercase, and we'll just pass the list of days here, assuming that the given list of days is an array. And we can actually add that check here as well, or not is array days. All right, and I think this one is ready. Let's implement the next method. And this one is actually easier than this. So we'll do the same strategy. So we'll access the frequency config. And here we'll just have access to day. And this day is just going to be some kind of numeric value, right? 1 through 31. And in here, we can simply do day of month equals config day. Now the problem is if the config day is set to say 30th, like maybe the user wants to recur a task 30th of every month. What happens in February if the February has 28 days? Or if we select 31 days and some months have 30 days. In that case, this will create some problems, right? But we can actually compare this to the number of days available in the target date, the target month, and get the minimum value. So we can do something like this. Minimum between the given date from the configuration and the target dates, days in month value. So if the number of days in the month is 31 and the config date is 31, great. If the days in the month is 30 and the configured value is 31, then it's going to recur on the 30th. Then once we have the day of the month, we can simply do return true or false based on the comparison of the target date's day and the day of the month. So if they're equal, return true, otherwise return false. And I think that's pretty much it. The beauty of this design is that adding new frequency types is pretty straightforward. If you wanted to add biweekly or quarterly, you would just have to add a new case to the match expression and create a corresponding helper method. Could even extract this whole logic into a dedicated class, so that way command remains all about command and doesn't have to care about checking task schedules and if it's due or not and so on. We can move that kind of logic somewhere else. But for now, I'm going to keep it here and maybe later refactor it. But if you want to, go ahead and refactor it on your own ahead of time. All right, now I did mention the query scopes, and I want to dig into it a little bit more. If we go back to our handle method in our query here, what if we wanted to do similar date checks in other queries elsewhere? We would have to duplicate these two lines, right? We can avoid that by using something called local scope. Just like the global scope that we saw with the deleted at for the soft deletes, we can also create local scopes. Scopes essentially are reusable query constraints that you can define on your model to keep your queries clean and dry. We can go to the recurring task and create a method here for scope and identify it as a scope by adding the scope attribute. So we could do something like protected function active, and then this gets the query builder as an argument, and it's the eloquent query builder. And we can also pass additional arguments here. So the second argument will be the date that is going to be passed here, which will be the target date. Let's call it date. And this is going to return nothing, and we're just going to build up the query here the same way we're doing it here. So we'll essentially copy these two lines and put them in here and add it to the query. Let's replace the target date with date, and that's pretty much it. We can also type hint these here, and this is also the builder. And we can mark this as the scope by adding the scope attribute. This scope attribute essentially defines the local scopes. So this is our local scope. Now to use the local scope, we can simply call it here just like any other method. So we can call active. Now the reason IDE is complaining is because it's able to access the active through this query because we have the query type hinted here that it's instance of recurring task, and active exists on the recurring task and it has void as the return type. And IDE is being confused here and doesn't know what to do with it. But this is going to work. It's one of the reasons why I personally don't like scopes a lot, because it creates issues like that. While it can be dealt with, I still don't really like scopes a lot, and you won't see me use scopes in a lot of the places. But I wanted to show you that this is a possibility that you could extract your scopes like this and then use them elsewhere. If we get rid of this from here, we see that highlighting is gone, but now it doesn't detect the active method, and therefore you cannot autocomplete the get and so on. So it's something to think about if you want to heavily rely on scopes. Unlike local scopes, which you explicitly call like this, global scopes automatically apply to every query for the model. And the perfect example for that we already saw is the soft deletes trait that adds the global scope. You can create your own global scopes if you wanted to, whether it's class-based or anonymous. You can generate a scope class that implements the scope interface using the artisan command, and then apply it to the model by using the scoped by attribute in here. So you would do something like scoped by and specify your scope. While the scoped by attribute is the modern and valid approach, you can also register global scopes using the booted method. It's also useful for anonymous global scopes where you don't have a dedicated scope class. The anonymous global scopes are just simple scopes that essentially don't need the dedicated class. So you could create the booted method here and simply do static add global scope and maybe call it active, and this will receive the builder instance, and then you can build your query in here. And that's what the soft deletes essentially does. So if we see here, it adds the global scope using the same method. Now, do we need the global scope for our active scope? Probably not in this case. Global scopes are powerful, but it can be surprising. What if you need to query inactive tasks for an admin panel or some sort of metrics? You'd have to explicitly remove the global scope using without global scope method. So in here, you would have to explicitly remove that using without global scopes method or without global scope method and specify the scope that you want to remove. So if you rarely need to see inactive recurring tasks, a global scope might make sense. But if you frequently work with both active and inactive tasks, a local scope is more explicit and flexible. In my case, I'm going to get rid of both because I don't need the global scope, and I don't think I need the local scope either because it's not really warranted. We're not reusing this in multiple places. I can revisit this if we decide to reuse it in multiple places, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. It's fine the way it is in here. We can, however, add the type hint here as well. So let's import that. Now I do want to mention that booted method that we had here. The booted method is a special lifecycle hook that runs once the model class is first booted or initialized. It's the perfect place to register your global scopes, as we just saw, or listen to model events like creating, created, updating, updated, deleting, deleted, and so on. These events give you powerful hooks to add custom logic to specific points in a model's lifecycle. Maybe you want to set a column to some value before model is created or saved, or maybe before it's deleted, you want to do some cleanup, and so on. You could also have dedicated model listeners so you don't clutter up your models with such logic. Those classes are called observers. Great, so now let's test our command to make sure that it works. So first we're going to open the terminal and run the command, and we get no active recurring tasks. Let's open a Tinker session. Let's create our recurring task. So we'll do recurring task create, and let's specify some values. So we have title equals to test, description equals to test. We do need the frequency, so let's do frequency equals daily. And we don't need the frequency config because this is simple one. We do need the user ID, so let's set user ID to maybe one of these users. So let's set it to this user. And let's do category ID, and let's copy one of the categories. So let's open categories and copy this and put it here. And let's hit enter. We're getting recurring task not found. Let's specify it this time. Data truncated for column user ID. Oh, that's right. We don't need the UUIDs here. We just need integer IDs. So let's get rid of that and get rid of this. Let's do user ID 1, category ID 2, hit enter, and it's failing because we did not add the UUID support properly. So if we open the user, we have the unique IDs method, so we need to take that and add it here as well. So let's add that, and that should fix it. We need to restart the Tinker session. So let's hit enter now, and we're getting cannot add or update child row. One of the foreign keys is failing, so probably I'm using one of the wrong IDs. So we have, yeah, the ID starts at 202, not 2. So let's do 203, and I think user with ID 1 exists. And sure enough, finally, we have the recurring task. Now let's open the tasks and let's run the command. So we'll do PHP Artisan generate recurring tasks, and we have processing one recurring task and created one recurring task. We should probably fix the plural here, but let's refresh, and sure enough, a task was created from this recurring task. So it's working as expected. If we run it again, it's going to skip it because the recurring task for this date already exists. And for some reason, task date is date time. Did I mess that up? Let's open my SQL schema. Yeah, task date is date time. This should have been date, ideally, because I don't think we're gonna have tasks that are for specific times. It's just this task needs to be completed on that day. Our application is called Daily Task Tracker. So let's actually update that. We can create a migration for it. So we'll do PHP artisan make migration, change task date to date type. Let's open that up. This is going to be tasks, and we'll do table date task date, and we'll call change. So this is going to essentially alter the tasks table and change the column from date time to date. And I don't really care for the down method here. We're not really going to be rolling back. For local development, I typically just do artisan migrate fresh. But if it's like a large monolith or like a big application, in those cases, I do add rollbacks because it's easier to roll back one or two migrations. But when it's small application like this, I tend to not create the down methods because I don't usually run rollback the migration. All right, so let's migrate the database now. So PHP artisan migrate. And we're getting an error because before it was nullable and now we're saying that we want it to be not nullable. Well, now that I think about it, I don't know if it makes sense to have a task without a date. It just kind of doesn't make sense to have a task without a date. Then the filters wouldn't work properly. And if we're going to build a dashboard that shows tasks due today, wouldn't include these tasks. So let's require the task date and not be nullable. We will need to make some adjustments on the front end, but in this case, we're going to run PHP artisan migrate fresh. All right, and now that worked. That means I need to create the user and a category, but before I do that, let's go to task model and change this to be not nullable. So task date will always be set, and we will require it in the store task request. So task date will be required, and it will be required in the update task request as well. While we're here, let's get rid of the is recurring, and let's get rid of the is recurring from here as well. Let's also get rid of that is recurring from the controller. So we'll get rid of it from here. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's go to browser, create the user quick. So we'll do don't have an account, create my user, go to localhost 8025, verify the email. Let's create a new category, test. Let's create a new task, test. And now it should say that task date field is required. And we'll get rid of this from front end in a bit. Let's set it to today, create, that works. And now let's create the recurring task. So we'll go here, we'll do artisan tinker. Let's create the recurring task. So it's gonna be for category 1, user 1. And let's run the command. This created the recurring task. So let's open that. We have the recurring task. Let's run it again. Now it skips. If we open the tasks, we have it here, and task date is set properly. Now, our current implementation works perfectly fine for most applications. We're fetching the recurring tasks and calling the get method, and then we iterate over them and create the tasks if they're due. The problem is what happens if our application grows and we have thousands of recurring tasks from hundreds or thousands of different users. Loading all of them into memory at once could be problematic. So let's talk about the 3 optimization techniques that Laravel provides because these cannot scale. Right now it works because we only have 1 or 2 users and we only have a couple of recurring task templates, but once we reach a scale where you have hundreds of users and maybe thousands of recurring tasks, it can cause some issues. So remember that when we call the get here, it essentially loads all of the recurring tasks, whatever it selects, into memory. The option one here is to chunk the results using the method called chunk. And this method essentially allows us to process records in batches. It runs multiple database queries and kind of does the pagination behind the scenes. We can pass as the first argument number of records that we want to select per batch or per chunk. And then the second argument is a callable or closure that we pass to determine what to do with the chunk that it has selected. And this closure will receive the chunk of recurring task records or the recurring task models as an argument. And that's basically the collection of recurring tasks. So we'll do recurring tasks. Then within here, we can loop through collection of recurring task models and then do the same thing that we were doing here. Essentially, whatever we have inside this loop, this section right here, would move inside this callback. So let's simply die and dump recurring tasks here to see what we get. And let's run this command. So we'll do php artisan app generate recurring tasks. Let's scroll up. And we see that this is an eloquent collection. So this essentially fetches the 250 recurring task templates at a time, processes them, and then moves on to the next chunk. Each chunk is essentially a separate database query. You would use this method if you want to process records in batches and you don't mind running a few multiple queries, because it is not a single query. It is going to be multiple queries depending on the size of your total recurring tasks that are being selected from this query. Now, something important to note here is that if you're modifying or deleting records while you're chunking, like within your chunk callback, then you should use chunk by ID method instead of chunk. The reason for this is because of the way the limit and offset work. It can give you inconsistent results, but the chunk by ID method uses the where ID greater than the last ID strategy, which results in more consistent results. Now, I'm not going to refactor this just yet to move all of this code inside this callback because I want to show you a couple of other options that you have to optimize this if you don't want to use the chunking method. The option 2 is lazy collections with the lazy method. So instead of chunk by ID, you would call lazy or lazy by ID methods. And the lazy method uses PHP generators to load the records efficiently. As you can see, this method returns lazy collection, and then you can iterate over this collection just like the regular collection, and it will work the same way. Behind the scenes, the lazy essentially chunks the query, which defaults to 1000 records per chunk, but you interact with it as a single continuous stream. It's kind of the best of the both worlds. It's memory efficient with the clean API. You would use this when you want memory efficiency without changing your code structure by much. Because for the chunk by ID, we have to move the loop and the code inside it within the callback. But with the lazy method, the flow of the code is kind of the same as it is right now, right? Also, the same principle applies here as it did for the chunk method when it comes to chunk by ID. So when I mentioned to use chunk by ID, if you're updating or deleting records while iterating over the list, you would use lazy by ID instead of lazy. So the same principle applies there as well. So we would do something like lazy by ID and pass 250, and this is going to chunk the results with the 250 records at a time, and then use generators to yield each record individually when iterating over it. If we inspect that, we see that it calls ordered lazy by ID method. And in here, we see that it instantiates the lazy collection, and then within the loop here, it yields the result. If we search for the lazy method, we see that this does pretty much the same thing, but does not do the pagination using the last ID comparison. If we inspect the for-page method, we see that it simply does offset with limit, where if we inspect the lazy by ID and inside the ordered lazy by ID method, If we inspect the for-page after ID or before ID methods, we see that this does the where condition in here, where the column is greater than the last ID. And the last ID gets passed to this method as an argument. And for the page before ID, it checks where the column is less than the last ID that gets passed to that method. All right, so let's close that out, and that's the option 2 essentially if you want to use the lazy or the lazy by ID. There is also the third way to optimize this, and that's called cursor. The cursor method executes a single database query and uses PHP generators to load one model at a time. The problem with this one is that it will eventually run out of memory with a very large dataset. This is due to PHP PDO driver internally caching all raw query results in its buffer called buffered mode. So for a very large dataset, you should probably use the lazy or the lazy by ID methods instead. So this is kind of one of those premature optimization is the root of all evil situations. I'm just showing you multiple different ways that you can optimize here, but you may not even need to optimize at all, depending on what sort of volume of recurring tasks and users you expect. I would recommend to start simple, profile when you can, so that you can see if you actually have the performance issues and then optimize. However, in this scenario, it is kind of obvious that we should optimize this ahead of time because we want to expect multiple users, maybe even in the hundreds or in the thousands, and each user can have many recurring tasks. For this specific scenario, I'm going to go with the chunk method, which is the option 1. I'm actually going to use the chunk by ID, so we'll replace this with chunk by ID, and I'll tell you why. The main reason is that our goal isn't just to read the data efficiently. We also need to write the data efficiently. We want to gather a batch of 250 recurring templates, process them, and then insert the resulting tasks in a one single query. If we scroll down here, notice that we're running the insert query for each recurring task model. We are iterating over the recurring tasks that we get in here. And if we move this block of code inside of the callback of chunk by ID, we're going to iterate over 250 recurring tasks at a time. And then we're going to run 250 insert queries for each chunk. And that's not ideal. We don't want to put so much pressure on the database connection. We can batch insert these since we have access to the 250 records in one chunk. In addition to that, we also need to fix the n+1 problem that we have in here. We are running this exists query for each recurring task model. So while we optimize the memory management by not loading all of the recurring task templates into memory at once, we did not account for the n+1 problem. So we iterate over the recurring task templates, we run this query for each recurring task template, and then we're also running an insert statement for each recurring task template. And we can optimize both of these things. We can get rid of the n+1 problem and we can do the batch insert. Now, of course, you could also do it using the lazy method. It just feels less awkward dealing with the batch inserts within the chunk method versus using the lazy method. All right, so let's optimize this. The first thing that I want to do here is set the chunk size to 250 and then pass the closure. We're going to get the collection of recurring tasks in here, and I'm going to remove this variable from here because we no longer need it. Now, since we can't really put this inside the callback here because the callback runs for each chunk, we can instead run one additional query to get the total number of recurring task templates that we have. So what we can do here is that we can simply assign this to a variable called recurring tasks query, and then we'll do the chunk on the recurring tasks query like this. Then we can take this and move it here. And this should work because instead of doing is empty, we'll simply do count. We'll assign this to a variable. So we'll do total recurring tasks and then take this and put it in here. Now we should be able to check if we don't have any recurring tasks. We will output this and return. If we do have recurring tasks, we will output the processing message and then go through each chunk at a time. So now let's format the code and let's start moving this block of code inside this callback. I'm going to take this loop and place it in here, and let's start fixing it up. So we need the target date, so we'll pass that using use. Then we can still check the recurring task is due or not, and we can skip it if it's not due. We do need to pass the skipped variable in here so that we could increment it properly. So we can also pass the skipped variable here like this by reference so that we can modify it. And let's actually move these two variables above right here. Now, the next thing that we want to do here is we want to get rid of this query. And the way we can do that is by simply updating this query right here to not even include the recurring task templates that already have a task created for this target date. And we can actually do that. That's a very simple thing to do. We can either do it using the joins or we can do it using where not exists query or subquery. Laravel actually has a simple way to check whether a relationship exists or not on a model. So we could simply do here something like where it doesn't have tasks, and this assumes that the tasks relationship on the recurring task model exists. So Laravel is going to construct a proper query for us where it will check if the tasks for this recurring task template exists or not. But we want to customize that condition on what it means to check for this relationship. We don't want it to exclude recurring task templates that may have some other tasks associated with it. We only want to skip those if it has a task for the specific target date. So we can customize that by passing a closure here, and we'll do something like query where date task date equals to target date. This way, we don't even load any templates or any recurring task templates that have already generated a task for this target date. And to make sure that this works, let's simply die and dump this query to see what we get. So let's run the command, let's scroll up, and as you can see, it adds this subquery to our main query. It makes sure that there are no tasks for this specific recurring task template where the task date is the target date. And just like that, we got rid of the n+1 problem. Now let's fix this part in here. So in order to do batch inserts, we should be building up a batch of tasks to insert. So we can do something like create a variable here called insert tasks batch, initialize it to empty array, and then in here we're simply going to add to that array this way. Now we can get rid of this and get rid of that. And after the loop, we can check if we have the tasks to insert. And then after the loop, we can check if we have the tasks to insert. We can simply do task insert and pass that list in here as an argument. And this is going to work. The only problem is that this insert runs the insert query directly. It is not going to do the same eloquent magic that it does when you run the create method. If you notice, this builder class is the query builder, not the eloquent builder. So we're running the insert query directly. We're not executing any of the additional Laravel eloquent magic behind the scenes, which means it is not going to trigger things like model events, traits used in models, and so on, which means it is not going to set the UUID automatically. And we'll see that in action when we run this. It is actually going to fail, and we'll fix that afterwards. I just want to show that part to you. So as you can see, we have optimized our command quite significantly. We first got rid of the n+1 query by adding the where doesn't have in here, which is the biggest performance booster in my opinion. If this, for example, selected 10,000 recurring tasks and we were using the old code, we would be running 10,000 additional queries. Where with this, we are not going to run that many queries anymore. The other optimization we did is that we are using chunk by ID to keep memory usage manageable. We load 250 recurring task templates at a time. And then instead of inserting the task one by one into the tasks table, we batch insert up to 250 tasks at a time, which further improves our performance. So by combining these techniques, we've essentially turned a command that could crash a server into one that can handle data at scale. So let's test this out to make sure that it works. I'm going to run the command. We get no active recurring tasks found, which is expected. Let's make sure we have recurring task that's active. It is active, but we have a task that was created for that recurring task. So let's mark this as null and let's try again. We're still getting no active recurring tasks found. It seems like we have a bug in here. This is essentially saying no active recurring tasks found if we have an actual recurring task. I missed the negation here, so we will put this in parentheses and do it this way. And if this is not readable to you, you can move this into a separate line like this and then do it this way. So now if we don't have any recurring tasks, only then we will output no active recurring tasks found. Now let's run the command again and we're getting an error. And as you can see, the error is about UUID. That's because it is running the insert statement directly. It is not doing the eloquent magic to set the UUIDs for us. So we have to set that ourselves. So we can do something like UUID equals, and let's make sure that we set it the same way as the Laravel does it for us. So let's open the has UUIDs trait. It is using the UUID 7, so let's do the same in here. And this should be good enough now. We probably have to set the timestamps as well, but let's run this again. And it worked, even though it says created 0 recurring tasks here, which is a bug with the counter. But if we refresh the table, we see that the task was created. But as you notice, the created and updated dates are not set because, again, it's not running that eloquent magic for us. So I'm going to delete this row so we can properly run this command again, but this time we're going to set the created and updated timestamps properly. And we need to update the created counter inside, so we'll pass that in here as well and simply do plus equal to count insert tasks batch. Now if we run the command again, we see that it works properly. Let's refresh the table and we see that created at and updated at are now set properly. If we run it again, we see that it is not selecting any recurring tasks because the task for that date already exists and it is doing it at this stage right here. So it is not selecting recurring task and then going through and skipping it inside the loop like we were doing before. It is simply not selecting that recurring task at all. All right, so one other thing I wanted to mention is that you should be careful returning values from inside the callback of your chunk method. If you return false, it is going to exit the chunk. And you can see that in implementation in here. So if we go here, whenever it calls the callback right here, if the return value is false, it is simply returning false. All right, let's move on to some other things because I want to show you some additional capabilities that commands have. For example, sometimes you may want to interact with the user, like ask questions or display tabular data and so on. Laravel actually provides several methods that you can use for that. For example, you could prompt the user for input using the ask method. So you could do something like name equals this ask what is your name, and then die and dump name. So we can run this command, and as you can see, it is asking us for the input, and if I put the input and press enter, we see that it works. You could also set the default value here. So if the user doesn't pass anything, you can set it to whatever the default value you want. You could also ask for sensitive information for which the input would be hidden as the user is typing it in. For that, we could use the secret method. So let's update the text here and let's run the command again. When I type it now, as you can see, it doesn't show up in the console, but if I press enter, we see the value. You could also ask a yes/no question using the confirm method. So we could do something like, do you wish to continue? And let's change this to a question and run the command. And by default, it is a no. So if we hit enter, it's false. But if we type in yes, it's true. Or if we also type in Y, it's also true. You can also give the user a choice or option to pick. So you could do choice and ask the question and then provide the list of available options that the user can pick from. So we could do something like 1, 2, and 3. And then when we run the command, we get the list of options. And then we can enter 1, for example. It is picking 1. If we enter 2, it is going to pick 2. If we enter 3, it is going to pick 3, and so on. However, if we enter 0, it's going to pick 1. So you can go either by the value or by the indexes. And maybe this was a bad example, so let's do A, B, and C instead and run it. So we could do 0, this will return A, or we can do A, it will return A. However, if we enter a lowercase a, it is going to say that it's an invalid value. And there are plenty of other methods like display data in table or show a progress bar for long-running operations and so on. You can check the documentation for more information on that. Now, there is one other thing that I want to talk about, and that is proper error handling inside our callback in here, where we do the batch insert tasks. What happens if one of the batch fails? With the current implementation, without proper error handling, if one batch creation fails, the entire command stops. That means that if we created the first 250 recurring tasks, for example, and we had 500 or 5,000 total recurring task templates that we needed to go through and create them, it is going to only create the first 250 if it fails after that, because the rest of the tasks after that will simply get skipped, and that is not good. We want to handle errors gracefully so that one failure doesn't prevent other chunks or other user tasks from being created. So to fix that, we could wrap this entire callback in a try-catch block so that way if something goes wrong somewhere in here, it is not going to prevent other tasks or other batches from being processed. And here we do want to report the exception that something happened so that way we get notified if needed, but we don't want to stop the execution of the whole command. And the report function is the Laravel's helper function. And we should do something similar inside the loop here as well. If something happens here, something goes wrong with the specific recurring task, we don't want to prevent the other tasks that have been accumulated in our batch insert variable from being created. In that case, we would wrap this inside the try catch as well. So we would do something like try, catch, and report exception. Laravel actually does provide a pretty neat helper function to handle this, and that is called rescue. We could call the rescue, pass the callback, and then it will automatically report any exceptions that are thrown inside, but it's not going to stop the execution. But in this kind of scenarios, I prefer the try catch block to avoid having multiple callbacks within callbacks and so on. Now, I do want to mention that we're going to refactor this at some point because as you can notice, this command is quite large and it's hard to read. And we're going to refactor that later on so that way you can see how we can make this easier to read. Now, there is one more consideration for production systems, and that is database transactions. In this specific scenario, though, we don't really need database transactions because we're not doing multiple database operations or queries. We're just doing a batch insert for each chunk. But if we were doing some other database operation in here, maybe creating some kind of audit log for the task creation, if we had another table like task logs, for example, or something like that, or maybe task creation logs, in that case, we would be inserting in that table as well in here. And if something were to go wrong with that separate operation, we would want to roll back the previous database operations like this one in this example. And to do that, we would use database transaction. And Laravel actually provides an easy way to do that. We could use the DB facade or inject the database class, call the transaction method on it, and pass the closure or the callback. And within that, you would put the logic that you want to enclose within the transaction. If something happens within that closure or callback and an exception is thrown, the database operations within that will be rolled back. Otherwise, if it's successful, it will be committed. If you wanted to manage that manually and not use this transaction method, then you could call the begin transaction, commit, and roll back on your own. All right, one other thing I want to do in this command before we move on is that I want to extract this step from here. Right now, this command generates the recurring tasks, but it also archives the expired recurring task templates. While this works fine, it kind of violates the single responsibility principle. This class or command should have one reason to change. What if we wanted to change how we handle expired tasks without affecting the task generation? In that case, we would be modifying this class not for the recurring task templates logic change, but because we are changing something that relates to how we expire these tasks or how we archive them. Maybe we also want to run this cleanup on a different schedule or at a different time. Maybe we want to run it more often or less often, and so on. So to make it simpler and flexible, it is better to extract this in its own command. So I'm going to create a new command called archive expired recurring tasks, and we're going to move this logic in there. So let's get rid of this, and let's get rid of this as well, and put it in here. Let's update the description of the new command, and let's get rid of these comments since they're not needed. And the target date in this case will be today. So we'll change it to the today function, which is the function provided by Laravel that essentially returns Carbon instance. If we have the expired tasks, we will output this. As you can see, we have decoupled the logic from the generate recurring tasks command and moved it into a separate dedicated command. All right, so we have our command and we can run it manually, but the whole point of recurring tasks is that they should be generated automatically on schedule, right? We don't want to have to remember to SSH into our server and run the generate recurring tasks command manually at midnight and so on. This is where the Laravel's task scheduler comes in. In the past, we may have written cron entries for each command that we needed to run on schedule, but with Laravel's task scheduler, we only need a single cron entry on server, and that is to run the scheduler itself. So we have the cron that looks something like this. We essentially cd into the path to the project, and we want to run the php artisan schedule run command. And that's pretty much it. This essentially runs every minute and checks if there are any scheduled tasks that need to run at that moment. And then the scheduled tasks itself are defined within the routes console.php file. As you might remember, we already defined one command here to run on schedule on daily basis, and that is the auth clear resets command. The schedule facade provides a fluent expressive API for scheduling commands, so we can do schedule command and pass the command that we want to schedule, which is this one right here for the generate recurring tasks. Then we can change some method calls on it to specify how often and when we want this command to run. In this case, we want to run it daily. We can also be more specific and schedule these to run at specific times. So for example, we can say that this needs to run daily at 1 a.m., or we can say it needs to run monthly on specific day of the month it needs to run, and so on. In this case, we're going to keep these two commands running on daily basis. Laravel does provide incredibly rich set of scheduling options and features, which you can check the documentation for if you want to know more about it. You can add constraints by chaining the when method in here and then pass the closure with the conditional logic. You can run the commands on weekends, on weekdays, hourly, between certain hours, run only in certain environments, and so on. Now, what happens if the scheduled task takes longer to run than the scheduled interval? For example, if we have a task that is scheduled to run every minute, but for some reason it takes 2 minutes to complete. By default, Laravel will start a new instance even if the previous one is still running, and that can cause problems because it can cause duplicate processing, race conditions, and so on. Laravel provides without overlapping method to prevent this. So for example, if we were running this every minute, we could add without overlapping method in here, and if the command is already running, Laravel will not start the new instance. We can also run commands in the background if we have multiple tasks scheduled to run at the same time, like we do in here. When we run both commands on daily basis at midnight, because by default they run at midnight, they will be executed sequentially based on the order that they're defined in. If this one takes too long to run, or we have long-running commands that run together with other commands, it may cause subsequent tasks or commands to start much later than anticipated. For that, we can decide to run certain commands or certain tasks in background. It allows essentially some tasks or commands to run with conditional logic together so that they don't block each other. For example, we can run this one in the background, and same goes for this one as well. Probably a good idea to run it in the background also. It really depends on how long it takes to archive the expired recurring tasks and how many recurring tasks we have to expire. But in this case, I'm going to keep it as is. However, we can take it a step further and just say run the archive job 30 minutes earlier, so that way we do the cleanup first before running the generate command. So we'll simply run this daily at 30 minutes after the midnight. Alright, so now what about logging or the output? How can we access the output that's generated from the commands? When we run the commands manually in the terminal, we see the output. But when it runs on schedule automatically, we don't really see that output, right? And we maybe don't want to lose that output. Laravel actually does provide a several methods for handling the task output. We could send the output to the logs using the send output to method. And we can pass the path to the log file that we want the output to go to. And for that, we could use the storage path helper function and pass the path in there. So something like logs slash recurring tasks log. Now this will overwrite the file, but if we don't want it to overwrite, but instead we want it to append to the file, we could use append output to, and it works the same way, but instead of overwriting, it appends. We could also email the output and send it to a specific email address. We also have access to on success and on failure hooks so that we could run some code if the command runs successfully or if the command fails. For our purposes, I'm just going to keep it simple and just send the output to this file. And let's test that out to make sure it works. We can actually manually trigger the scheduler using the artisan schedule run command. So we'll do php artisan schedule run, and this checks and runs the ones that are due right now. And in this case, there is nothing due because we've defined our command to run at midnight. If we, however, change this temporarily to run every minute, then it is going to execute, and we can see that now it has executed. If we open the storage directory, we see that we have the recurring tasks log file, and if we open that, we see the output from the command inside. Now, if you don't want to run the schedule run command manually, we could use the php artisan schedule work command, and that is going to run in the foreground and invoke the scheduler every minute automatically. This way, right now, we're running this every minute, so if we wait a few more seconds, it is going to run this command again, and we should see another row get appended to this logs file. As you can see right now, it ran, the command has finished, we reload the recurring tasks log, and we see another row. In production, we would add the cron entry for the schedule run command to run every minute, but for local development and local environment, you could run this yourself manually. Or if you don't want to run it like this, you could have a Docker container that runs it in the background. All right, so with that, let's move on to the UI. Currently, there is just a simple checkbox when creating a task to mark it as recurring. But since we refactored the way the recurring tasks should work, we need a separate section or a page to manage the recurring task templates, where users essentially are able to CRUD recurring tasks. They should be able to create, update, delete, and so on. Now, don't worry, we don't need to manually implement all of the UI and the controller logic for the recurring task templates. Since we have the migrations, the model, and the command set up and kind of the backend logic for it, we can prompt Claude Code or any other AI tool to help build the front end or the UI, as well as the controller, the form request, and the policies and things like that for it. So I'm just going to use the Claude Code for this example and kind of prompt it to build out the UI for the refactoring that we did. So I'm going to start the Claude Code session, and I'm going to paste in the prompt that I've prepared previously. Now the prompt is not coming up here because it's about 14 lines, but I'm going to paste it in a Scratch file here as well, just so that you can see. So we'll paste it here. And the prompt is essentially saying that we refactored the recurring tasks to use the separate recurring tasks table. The model, the relationships, and everything have been set up. So you need to follow the following steps to finalize the refactor. So we need a new recurring tasks page where users can manage their recurring task templates. We need a button or a link on the tasks page that brings users to recurring tasks and a way to go back to tasks. We also need the CRUD operations for the recurring tasks. These should include the necessary controller, form requests, and policies. For create and edit forms, we need to use the following fields. We need the title, description, the category, which is the same as the regular tasks. We need the frequency dropdown daily, weekdays, weekly, monthly. Then we need to show additional fields based on the frequency selection. And if it's weekly, we need to show checkboxes for Monday through Sunday. And if it's monthly, we need to show an input for the day of the month, 1 through 31. And then optional start and end date fields. It needs to follow the existing design patterns and styling that is used within the app. And it also needs to clean up and remove the is recurring from both the UI and the backend, wherever it was left over. So in the tasks table, form requests, views, etc. Anywhere where we forgot or didn't remove the is recurring from, we need the Claude to go through and remove the references to this column.
All right, this feels like a good place to pause. We've built out a lot of the functionality, so let's take a breather, review the code, and we'll pick right back up in the next part. If you're finding this series useful, please consider liking and subscribing, and let me know in the comments if you have any questions so far. Thanks for watching, and happy coding.